All right, welcome everyone. I'm John from Just Homebrew, and welcome to this Christmas Day live stream. Thanks for joining me. Today we're going to be brewing a Munich Helles, so I'm really excited about this brew day. I've had these grains for a while. I wanted to make sure that I brewed this beer before the year end. So I've got quite an agenda today. I've got a few topics that I'm going to talk about as I brew through this Helles. Obviously I'm going to talk about the recipe a little bit. I'll do a deep dive into all the techniques and process I have for this Anvil All-in-One. So if you're curious about the Anvil All-in-One, or if you have one and want some thoughts of how you can improve your brewing process, take a peek. I haven't brewed on mine in a little while, but my process is turning into be a really easy process. I don't even sparge anymore. I just do kind of a quick batch sparge. So I'll walk you through all that stuff once I get to the that part of the brew day. But I'm going to talk a little bit about 2025. I posted a few videos. This channel, I don't post a ton of videos, but I try to post topics that I'm interested in and I think that the viewers are interested in. So we're going to go over a little bit about the content that was successful and wasn't successful in 2025. We're going to talk, and then I'll talk a little bit about my thoughts on 2026. Obviously, I have some thoughts of how I'm going to branch out into a little bit different content. We'll talk about how I'm going to introduce some things like I'm a big coffee buff, so I'm going to be introducing some coffee videos to this channel. Kind of a sidestep from brewing beer, but it's still in that brewing category. And I'm also going to be brewing some kombucha. I'll be posting some videos on some kombucha I brewed this past few months. I've been brewing that with my wife. It's been a lot of fun, so I'm going to be introducing some kombucha videos in early 2026. I'm still going to be posting live brew days, videos about brew days, and really from the feedback I've received, I'm going to really focus on the equipment. My most popular videos for the past 3 years that I've been doing this has been the DUI aspect. If you followed my channel, you know that I love the build systems. I have this Anvil All-in-One that I'll be brewing today, but I also have, the electric Herm system behind me. I've got the glycol and all the temperature control stuff and the control panels. I really enjoy doing that stuff. So that's going to be a big focus in 2025. But again, I'll dive into all that throughout the brew day when we're waiting on the different parts of this process to finish. So I see a few people have joined. Thanks for stopping by. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to post them in the chat. And I've received feedback this past year where I was a little focused on the chat and the other live brew days I hosted. So I'm really going to focus on brewing the best Helles I can, but I am going to stop by from time to time and address any questions you have. If you have any questions about my brewery, I'm been doing this for quite some time. I don't brew as much as I used to. As you might have seen this past year, I've only posted, this will be my 4th brew in 2025. So I had a German focus this past year, but again, we'll get into that. What I'd like to do is go ahead and get started on this brew day so I can finish in a reasonable time. Hopefully I can finish up around 5 o'clock. So that puts us 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, about a 4.5 hour brew day. The last brew day I had on this system was a little less than 4.5 hours. So I do have kind of a hard stop around 5 o'clock. So whatever I get accomplished during that time is what we're going to go with today's brew day. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and mash in. And I'll show you my setup over here that I've got going on. Before I get started, can I get a thumbs up in the chat to see if my sound's okay, if the video's coming through? I see there's 2 people on the video right now. Just want to make sure that I'm coming through okay. All right, well, I'll check back in. If you guys can just give me a quick nod to see if the streaming quality is good. Awesome. Thanks, Kev52. Thanks. And you'll see me kind of pull my glasses back. I'm getting a little older, and I cannot see up close, but I can see far away with my glasses, so bear with me. That text is really small, but thank you for the feedback. Just Kev. I like the name, Just Kev. Just Homebrew was kind of a little similar. So let's go ahead. I'll go over the grain bill and the recipe, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the mash in started. And this is what I've got so far. It's a really easy recipe. I'll just give you a little preview. It's really just Pilsner malt, Munich malt, and Melanoidin malt. And it's already been crushed. I'm a big fan now of going to the local homebrew store, and I just give them my order of my grain bill, and I have them crush it for me. It's just such a time saver for me during the brew day. I do have I think it's called a monster mill, and I'll use that from time to time, but it's just comes in a nice, neat package that I could just dump right in the Anvil all-in-one that I'll be using today. So this has been crushed. I have my strike water ready to go. My strike water, I think it's at 168. The grains are a little cold. The grains were about 40 degrees. So I'm hoping after I get my strike water, after I put the grains in the strike water, the temperature will come down to the mashing temperature of 148. I'll go over that in just a minute, but just know I'm mashing in so we can get this brew day started. All right, here we go. Let's get just the equipment. All right, so what you're looking at here is my typical setup for this system. I have about 7.5 gallons of water in this Anvil system, and I'm not doing a sparge. I'm just going to yank that basket out. The last time I did this, I hit my original gravity. It was great. I didn't have to sparge to get that, whatever the original gravity I was shooting for my Oktoberfest that I brewed recently. And then to the left is I have a bucket of sanitized water, and then I have my fermenter ready to go once I'm done with the boil and cooling off the boil. So let's go ahead and get this started. All right, so we're at, I don't know if you can hear me now that I'm away from the microphone. I'm at 165 degrees, and once I start mashing in, this should go down to my mashing temp. So what I usually do is I have my paddle hanging right next to my all-in-one, and if I'm doing this myself, try not to make a mess, like I just did. I just dump it all in. I used to be really careful about only putting a little bit in, but I put a good chunk of those grains in, and I'll just stir it in. And what's interesting without the no sparge method is it's a little bit more watery, because I'm using my full volume of my boil water with the mash water. So that's it. And I'll set my temperature. So I'm just dialing this back down to 148 now. So that's going to be my mash temperature. So I had it set at 165. All right, see if that works. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like that layout. I'm Brewdog on Brewsmith. Brewsmith. Is that the brewing software? Oh, that's Beersmith. Brewsmith. Okay. Oh, is that the YouTube channel? Brewsmith? Cool. All right, so what I've got going on now is I've mashed in, and I'm going to move the camera a little bit closer for you. But this is all I do. I'll mash in and see it's at, okay, it's still at 161. So that didn't come down to 168. I'll have to start the recirculating the pump on the anvil system, and what that will do, that'll help bring the temperature down a little bit. But I'll usually let that settle down a little bit to create the bed for the grains to start filtering the water through. But what I'll do now is I'll get the pump going, and you'll start to see the temperature come down quite a bit in the anvil system. So let's do that right now. All right, I just noticed I don't have that little clamp. On this system, the anvil uses a little clamp to restrict the water flow going back into the all-in-one system. I don't have that attached. I completely forgot to put that on the system. So give me a minute and let me see if I can find that little clamp to reduce the water flow. All right, found it. Okay, we'll give that a minute. It's going to take a second for that to come down to mashing temperatures, but it took me a long time to figure out how to use that little clamp. It's simple, but using a valve, much like here's the valve on my hot liquor tank. Those valves are much more precise, but typically what I want to do when I'm brewing on this system is reduce it I'm trying to get about a quarter of the flow. So if you can imagine 100% on the flow coming out of that pump, I try to reduce it down to about a quarter of that flow. What I try to avoid is sucking all the water too fast through the grains and clogging the pump. That's what you really want to try to avoid. So I'll just take a minute. So I see we have a few people watching the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. I wasn't sure if I was going to get a brew day done or started this year before Christmas. This is the last chance I have to brew. So I'm really glad you guys stopped by to check out this live brew day. You guys brewing anything before Christmas? Anybody else brewing on this week? I'm off. I had so much vacation saved throughout the year. I took the last 2 weeks of December off, so I have a little time to brew this Helles on what's today, Tuesday afternoon. So is anybody else brewing? anybody else brewing on an anvil system. I know these systems been out for quite some time now. I've had this system for must be 4 years now. I've had this anvil system. I think I'm going to do a deep dive review in 2026 on how this system has worked out for me. You always see somebody unpacking the systems they buy and shooting one video and the first time they use it. And I always have questions. Well, how did that work out for you over the past few years? Well, that's what I plan on doing in 2026, doing a deep dive into this all-in-one. Jess Kev, 52, I just started to use one of those all-in-one things. Do you use all the water when mashing in? Yeah, good question. I used to sparge. I would calculate. I would use Beersmith. I'm actually using Brew Father. I think that's what it's called on this recipe. I'm trying something different. But I would calculate the mash-in water, and then I would calculate the sparge water. So it would be two separate volumes that I would use for my brew day. What I started to do on the last brew, and it worked out great, I did what's called a full volume mash, what that means is I use the full volume of the boil as well in the mash. So all I have to do is calculate how much water I need for the mash and the boil, and I use the entire volume for this mash anyway. There's some things you have to calculate, things like the original gravity, some pH levels, which I really haven't gotten into yet, how that affects pH and how things mash. But what I do, it's all the water, all the mash water, and all the boil water right into the system. I'm going to mash, and then I'm just going to pull the basket out, and it'll be ready to boil. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, it's one of the things I'm not afraid of long brew days, but I'm getting older, and whatever I can do to simplify things, it's worked out great. And I think I did the same thing on, was it the alt beer I brewed this year? And I had a lot of success this year. I brewed an alt beer, I brewed a Munich Dunkel, Oktoberfest, and now this Helles. And I think in two of those methods, I used a full volume, and the beers turned out great. I hit most of my numbers. I was off maybe a little bit here and there, but I've had a lot of success. One of the things I'll probably start, following a little bit more specifically is the pH. How does the more water volume within the mash affect the pH? And obviously, you're not following a grain ratio to water at that point. And if you guys are new to this, it's really just a matter of, can you extract sugars from the grains that will establish your wort, which will turn into beer. I'm going to take 1 second. I'm going to go over to see where I'm at with the temperature. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. And my goal here is just to make sure I hit my mash-in temperature of 148 degrees. So I'll be right back. What you just saw me do, I typically don't do. What I like to do is I like to mash in, let the grain bed settle down, and then just continue to mash at my target mash temperature. I was just double checking since I was managing the video here on the live stream, just to make sure I didn't have any dough balls. What I was looking for One, to make sure that my temperature was being reduced down to 148 degrees. Typically, when you mash in, you want to calculate your temperature of your grains to your strike water, so when they're both combined, it hits your mashing temperature. I must have started with a little higher temperature than I should have. I was calculating 40-degree grains and the target temperature of 148 degrees. So I'm at 157 degrees, so it's a little high. And I'm just going to let this go a minute. The power is completely turned down on the anvil system. Hopefully that dives down to 148 degrees so we can start our mash timer. JessKev 52, thanks. I've tried to sparge and it makes it hard to do. I'll try to do the whole water next time. I agree with you. I think sparging is great. You know, if you want to maximize your efficiency, if you want to go for the highest efficiency you can, I would definitely think about sparging. For these systems, I found that I can think about maybe putting a little bit more grains into the grain bill to achieve my original gravity if the mash efficiency comes down. That's one thing I'll probably follow up with this video is, what's the efficiency of this system? Now, if you're new to brewing, what I mean by mash efficiency is how well this system can extract sugars from the grain. So in a long equation, long story short, you want the highest efficiency you can out of your system. So these are just rough numbers. 60% efficiency is fairly low. So if your system is producing if it's converting 60% of sugars out of your grains, that's a fairly low efficiency. I've seen out of this system, and also, you know, my big Herm system, my efficiencies range from 70 to 75 on the high end. So what I would think, you know, if you're thinking about completely eliminating the sparge, if your efficiencies with your process are still fairly high, sure, I think the full volume mash, and if your goal is to make it simpler, sure, that's what I would do. But if you find that your efficiency is a little low, the way you mash in and you brew, you might want to start thinking about sparging. Now, sparging is definitely going to give your highest efficiency possible. So I'm going to go double check on the system again. What I'm shooting for is 148 degrees. I'm going to move the camera a little bit closer so you can see what the full volume mash looks like on my system. So be right back. Yeah, it looks good. All right. Wow, I'm completely surprised that I'm still at 158 degrees, especially where I'm at right now. I live in Pennsylvania. It's 30 degrees outside and we have snow. So I thought that this strike water was the right temperature, but apparently I was a little high and I'm still at 157 degrees. Interesting. Okay, well, while we're waiting to have this mash temp come down a little bit, I'll walk you through some things that I look for on this system. So right now, well, I'll show you my setup. This has worked out great for me. It's super simple. At the bottom, I have this little plant cart, and it's just big enough to fit the anvil all-in-one and the pump. So the pump is right to the right at the bottom of the anvil system, and it kind of sits underneath the anvil kettle. And that's all. That provides me the ability to move it around in my garage, and it's just a really simple setup. The wire for the pump I have going to the far wall that powers my pump. That's on a GFCI outlet. And everything else is standard the way Anvil suggests you set the system up. I've run the pump the same way. I still use the clamp to reduce the flow of the wort. I wasn't a big fan of that at first, but I've learned to live with it. It does an okay job. I have a Blickman Riptide that I use for my Herm system. I always had the thought, I'll just rip that off that system and use it for the anvil. But my thought was, I really just wanted to keep the system as is. I didn't want to go overboard and modifying it. I'm a big person of modifying and DIY, but I just wanted to keep it simple. And then from there, I just have my paddle that hangs off the side of the system, and I have I think this is the first version. The bottom doesn't come out of the mash basket. It's a little pain in the butt to clean, but it does the job. And then I do use, which I just realized I didn't put in the system, I have the little plate that sits on the top that disperses the wort as I'm recirculating the mash. So hold on, I'm going to put that in the system. Coming down a little bit. So what that does, that plate I just put on top of the system, the water is sucked out of the bottom of the anvil system, and then it's recirculated through the pump, and it goes back on the top of the mash. So that for an hour, that is the efficiency of the system. It's running the water over the grains to extract as much of that sugar as we can out of the grains. And then once we hit 148 degrees, I'll put the lid that I have on the side of the system on top just to help maintain the temperatures a little bit more. But that's it. I just have a little bucket off to the side for my sanitation solution. I still use the Anvil cooling coil, and I have my fermenter ready to go right next to that. So that's kind of how I set myself up for the brew day. Yeah, Just Kev. Yeah. Great minds think alike, right? It works well for me so far. In fact, I'm going to continue the no sparge method on this system moving forward until I run into a problem. I'm not sure why. Temperature's turned off, so hopefully that gets down to 148 degrees soon. All right, well, for those of you who have joined the stream, welcome. Thank you for joining me on this Christmas brew day. If you're just joining and you're new to Just Homebrew, I'm John. I'm a homebrewer who's silly enough to post videos of himself brewing on YouTube. I really enjoy doing it. I'm not an expert by any means, but I'm always excited to share my experiences of building brewing systems and brew days like this. So if you have any questions specifically around, how-to videos that I've posted online, feel free to put them in the chat. If you have any questions about this brew day, post them in the chat. And if you haven't already, make sure to like the video. That really helps me out. I'm trying to grow the channel next year, and it just helps me bring more content to you guys. So let's let's go over this grain bill a little bit while we're waiting for this temperature to come down on the mash. If you joined earlier, you know I'm brewing a Munich Helles. I am brewing it on this Anvil 10.5 240 volt version. I'm using 240 volts. I think that's just makes your brew day a lot easier if you have access to 240 volts. It really makes this system a fun system to use. I'm brewing 5 gallons. This is a 5-gallon batch, and I'm doing your typical 60-minute mash and a 60-minute boil. So nothing really special with this brew day, other than the recipe. So the recipe is what's going to make this the Munich Helles. You might have heard before, I'm using a full volume mash. That means I have all the water from my mash and my boil in this boil kettle. What I used for my calculations, I needed 7.4 gallons of water to be able to achieve the 5 gallons of the end result wort. I'm shooting for 1049 for my original gravity and a 1012 final gravity. And that should put this right around a 4.9% beer. Now you might be thinking, John, why are you brewing a Helles in December? Well, this is going to be ready in early spring. So that was my thinking, that this beer, when I'm ready to drink, it's going to be that nice, clean German lager ready for springtime. See, I'm thinking ahead. It took me 3 years on this channel to start thinking ahead three months from now. But that's what I'm going to try to do in the future, kind of plan ahead so the beer is ready when I want to drink it. So the mash temperature I'm shooting for this beer is 148 degrees. Actually, in my recipe, I planned on mashing this for 75 minutes. So we're going to do that. Okay, now for the grain bill. The simplest grain bill in the world. It's 8 pounds of German Pilsner malt, 1 pound of Munich malt, and 4 ounces of Melanoidin malt. I think I'm saying that right. I'm probably hearing let me know if I'm saying that wrong in the chat. But that's it. That's all that's going to take to brew this Munich Helles. And I think that's the idea of German beers. It's just really simple recipes, but you pay attention to the details. For the hops, I'm using 1.32 ounces of Hallertauer Mittelfrühe. This has turned into one of my favorite hops. And the next, the water profile. If you guys have followed some of my other videos, I was really into creating water profiles in the past. So I would really try to create a profile to match like a hazy IPA or a whatever beer I'm brewing. I think it's really good stuff. I really like messing around with that, the water profiles. But I'm doing something interesting with this. I am just using tap water. Now, you might think, John, you're crazy for using tap water, but I brewed an Oktoberfest recently with this approach, and it actually turned out pretty good. So what I do is I fill my buckets with tap water, and I let it sit out overnight. So I know my municipality uses chloramine, and I don't think there's any chlorine in it. The chlorine evaporates if you let it sit out for a period of time. But what I'm doing is I'm using maybe because I'm on video, I'm forgetting the name. But they're Camden tablets. That's what they are, Camden tablets. So what that does, it breaks down the water makeup. So it will break apart the chloramine and the chlorides into sulfates. And if you guys know this more than I do, it'll just break apart what those two particles or the ions that really disturb the taste of the beer. So you don't want chlorine, you don't want chloramine in your beer. You know, obviously if you do water chemistry, you want to enhance certain flavors of the beer. But what I'm doing is I'm just using these Camden tablets to break apart the most important things I don't want to taste in my beer. And it's actually worked out great. So what I did is I just brought the water up to about a boil last night. I let it cool down, and that's what I'm using for my water profile. Oh, got some more people in the chat. Thank you for stopping by. Canada, I'm sorry, I'm killing your name. From Norway, that's awesome. Let me try. Candid. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name, the other part of the Bayergary, yeah. Well, hello from Pennsylvania. Thank you so much for stopping by from Norway. I guess Santa will be flying over Norway soon. My kids are older, but we used to always track the Santa over all the countries of the world. David, I can't even read the sign. David Rookley from England. Thank you for stopping by. That's awesome. When I started this channel, I never thought that I would have people watching me brew beer in my tiny garage in Pennsylvania from all over the world. Oh, Canada Brewery. Cool. It makes sense now that you spelled it out for me. Well, welcome. I don't know when you joined, but I'm brewing a Helles, and feel free to hang around for part of the brew day or all the brew day. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go check on to see where my mash temp is, and hopefully we're at 148. So I'll be right back. We're at 152. This is the longest it's ever taken me to get to my target mash temperature. That's okay. I have some things to talk about. All right. Let's, so we went over the recipe, really simple recipe. The yeast, something I've never done before. I don't have it on camera, but I made a yeast starter. I've never made a yeast starter before, but I made it for this batch. So I was on YouTube the other day figuring out how to make a yeast starter. It's actually really simple. The ratio of, the ground malt and the type of yeast you're using. It's actually a very simple process. I'm going to actually post another video of how I had my yeast starter started. But I'm using Mangrove's Jack M79 Bavarian Lager. Never used it before. I had it hang around for a while, but it's supposedly a good yeast to use for a Munich Helles. So I'm really excited to see the fermentation happen really quickly. So that's what I understand a yeast starter does. It helps produce that fermentation much quicker than just throwing the yeast in by itself. All right, well, let me check the Shark Homebrewing Adventures. Hello, I have the 6.5 gallon version. Yeah, I've actually thought about downsizing myself to that 6.5. I love to know how it works on 120 volts, because I think you can use that in your kitchen no problem. But yeah, I think this past year, I actually made a 2.5 gallon batch. I enjoy the smaller volume of beer, but I'm still debating, do I go the smaller route or stick with 5 gallons? Because I found with the Oktoberfest, if you guys haven't checked out that video, I posted a video of creating an Oktoberfest in the kitchen. It was a 2.5 gallon batch. Really fun brew day. I actually flew down to Cape May, and there's a little bit of an aviation theme involved with that video. But I was surprised of how fast the 2.5 gallons went. So I'm debating, do I go down to 2.5 gallons or stick to 5 gallons? Brewing bad. Nice to see you here. Yeah, looks like we got the riffraff in the house. Really enjoyed all the the conversations I've had on what's the app called? Yeah, I'm glad to see you guys have stopped by. Let's see. Yeah, Shark Brewing Adventures, the 2.5 gallon batch suits me well. Yeah, I think from a drinking standpoint, myself, I think it would suit me well too. I'm just kind of in that in between. Do I go down to 2.5 or do I stick to 5? I brew 10 gallons at times and split it with my friends, but I'm definitely not drinking as much as I used to. And 2.5 gallons is very appealing to me right now. Oh, what's that? Brewing Bad. What's the community called with beer quai? Started with 1 gallon batches. Oh man, you brew a lot with 1 gallon batches for sure. Okay, I'm gonna go check my mash and temp. I'll be right back. Discord. I'm like, you get in front of a camera, I forget everything. I forget Camden tablets, Discord. Yeah, the Discord community I jumped on a few times this past year. That's an awesome community you guys got going on. Really enjoyed. I have to jump on more. I've just been out traveling a lot, and times have not worked out the past few weeks. Yeah, Bear Quad Nation. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so where was I? Oh, talk a little bit about 2025. I brewed 4 beers, the Alt Beer, the Munich Dunkel, Oktoberfest, and now the Helles. And looking back, my goal for 2025 was to really brew German beers. I've been so focused on hazy IPAs the past few years. I just needed to break it up a little bit, and I surprised myself. The beers I brewed the past year have been the best beers I've brewed in a while. I really struck out in 2024 in terms of what I was trying to achieve with beer quality. I mean, it was good, but I made a few beers that I wasn't really happy with. But the alt beer was a really interesting beer to me. It's kind of one of those old German beers before Germany really got into lagers. And it was just a really tasty beer. It was a really fun beer to brew. And that was my first live brew day. So I was excited that beer turned out. Because I don't know if you guys had a chance. I put together a series. That series was a lot of fun to put together. It wasn't my most popular videos, but I was just trying to bring in a different aspect of, a camera on a kettle brewing all day. But the alt beer was a huge success in 2025. I brewed the Munich Dunkel. That was another live brew day. I really enjoy these brew days, if you haven't noticed. The Munich Dunkel turned out fantastic. I still have a little bit left. I have a little leak in my Keyser right now, but once I get my CO2 back up and running, I still have probably a quarter a keg of that Munich Dunkel. It was delicious. And I mentioned I brewed an Oktoberfest, and that was a 2.5 gallon batch. That was another fantastic beer. I was one of those brewers like, well, October came around. I didn't plan for an Oktoberfest. So I put together a recipe and, as every brewer does, I'll just grab Kvike yeast and brew this really quick. Well, that's what I did, and it turned out great. And now finally this Helles. So that's kind of in a nutshell of my brewing background of 2025. And I think that's going to be my cadence moving forward. About 4 or 5 brews a year for me is enough. It's enough to satisfy my brewing hobby. Apart from the brew days, I still try to do the electric brew panel. This was a really popular video. on the channel this past year. It's something I want to continue doing in 2026. I did some upgrades to my freezers, and I made a cleaning video. That was an interesting video. It wasn't very popular, but when I look back at 2025, the channel didn't grow like it did the first 2 years, mainly because I didn't put out a video every week. But I think that's going to be my focus in 2026 is how can I grow this channel a little bit more on the type of content you guys want to see. Shark Home Brewery Adventures. When you have the pump on, do you get any cavitation type noise from the pump? No, I think I said that right. I apologize. I cannot see my screen without taking off my glasses and putting my nose against the screen. So I apologize if I mispronounce anything. But as far as noise from the pump, no, my pump's pretty quiet. I'll be quiet for a second. Yeah, you can barely hear it. I think this pump, I've had it for 3 years. I've heard some people who have had some problems with their pumps dying or not working properly. I've had pretty good luck with mine. Now, I don't try to overwork it. I mainly just use it for recirculating the mash. But it's been worked out well for me, and it's pretty dang quiet. In fact, I'll go check on it right now. Okay, I mentioned that I was going to do a 75-minute mash. I'm just going to do a 60 since this has been going for probably 15 minutes now. So I want to get a timer going. I'm really happy with where I'm at now. I'm at about 150 degrees, so I overshot my target mash temperature a little bit. That's going to come down as this mash progresses, but the flow volume coming out the bottom of the anvil is nice and smooth. I didn't run into a stuck mash, and you probably won't run into a stuck mash with a full volume mash that I'm running, because there's going to be constant water running through the mash bucket inside, so it probably lessens the chances of a stuck mash. I have really nice flow going through the pump. It's nice and quiet. And the mash is going through the top of the kettle. And I'm at 149 degrees right now. So far, fingers crossed, the Brewday is going really smooth right now. I'm finally hitting my numbers. If you've just logged into the video, just logged into the video. If you just started watching the live stream, I went over kind of my setup, and just really got it to a point where I am mashing in for 60 minutes. Shark Homebrewing Adventures. I get the noise when I start restricting the hose. I'm not sure if you jumped on earlier when I was talking about that little clamp. I have a love-hate relationship with that. You have to get it. You have to use it quite a bit in my mind, from my experience, to get it just right. If you don't want to restrict it to a point where you're not getting enough flow, but you don't want to overflow it where it's too much flow into the Andro Foundry. I found just from experience, I just finally figured out how to set it just right to maximize my mash process. But it really is just I clamp it on. I clamp it down, and the way I describe it is if you have 100% flow of the pump, I probably reduce it down to about 25%. And then what I do is I look for, am I recirculating too fast for the mash profile I have? But typically, the best way to describe the way I do it is about a 25% flow out of the pump. Maybe, hey, Shark Homebrewing Adventures, maybe you do have a bad pump. Maybe it's time for an upgrade. Oh, that's my excuse. Oh, something's not working, time to upgrade it. Yeah, I saw one video where Anvil has, I think it's called an XP pump. It's kind of the newer version of the kit pump, and it's supposed to be very powerful and super quiet. So my plan is when this pump goes, I'm going to get the new pump, or maybe I'll use the Blickman Riptide. Now, the Blickman Riptide is quiet, but it's much noisier than this pump. You can hear it humming in the room, but it's not as, I don't know if anybody on the stream has ever used a chugger pump. Now that pump screams. I actually have one of those, but I never use it because it's too loud. Shark Homebrewing Adventures. I'm brewing an old English brown ale, possibly this Friday. 120 volts takes a bit longer. I do better with the lid cracked open. Love an English brown ale. It feels like the right time of the season for that type of beer. And I totally agree with you with a lid. If you've seen other videos of mine, my buddy Matt will bring his Anvil Foundry over. I'm not sponsored by Anvil. In fact, I've never talked to these guys before, but I do have a lot of their equipment, and I've purchased all of it. But he brings it over, and I run off of a 30 amp circuit, and I have a breaker that breaks it down to 20 amps, 240, and he'll run his 120 volt Foundry side by side. And I think we did calculation. I think it takes him about 45 minutes longer to brew his beer, but it works out because I'm finished and I have all my stuff cleaned and he's finishing up, and I help him clean his Foundry. But that's the one thing I think is the drawback on 120 with 5 gallons is you don't get that rigorous boil. And that's what he does, is he puts the lid on it to keep the steam in a little bit longer, just to get the boil going. But there's problems with having a lid on your boil kettle. And I think as long as you monitor it and you allow steam to escape, I think it's okay. It's what my friend does. But if you have a chance, the 220 is definitely worth the investment, in my opinion. It's a DME. I always screw that acronym up. DMS. It's the popcorn flavor that if you don't let that escape through the steam, that's what happens when you keep the lid on the boil. Just Kev 52. A few ice cubes help for. Oh, you mean bringing the temperature down? Yeah, I probably could have done that, but I think 148, perfect. Yeah, the one thing I like to monitor once I get it going is if there's any dips or spikes within the temperature. And if you guys ever use an Anvil Foundry or any of these all-in-ones, you want to play around with the percentage of power that's going to the heating element. I found that anywhere between 50 and 70% reduces that spike in my system. So potentially if you're running at 100% power, potentially the mash could get a little warmer and cool down. So what I like to do is I like to find that sweet spot in the power outage. So when the Anvil system at 60% mash, if it starts to, say, cool down, that PID or whatever controller is in this system at 100%, it's going to send 100% power to that element. And by the time the wort goes through the temperature sensors, you'd have that potential of a spike in your temperature. I found that lowering the power output down reduces the chance of any temperature spikes. Shark Homebrewing Adventures. This is why you take notes. Oh, I could talk about this stuff all day. I'm not an expert either. I'm just a guy who shares what he's doing in his garage. And I'm learning just like everybody else. I'm going to go check on this system just to make sure everything is working correctly. Everything's looking great. How is the audio quality and the video quality? Everything still good? Yeah, I'm definitely that guy who knows enough to be dangerous. Cool. I think that's the next thing I have to invest in. I see everybody on YouTube who does these live streams has some sort of headset on that can monitor the audio levels. I think that's what I have to invest in. Oh, perfect. Okay, let me see. Let me check the stats out. Oh, this is great. We've got 10 people watching. For my channel, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you're getting something out of this video. Yeah, I was thinking about wearing a Santa hat, but I thought that was a little bit over the top for my personality. But I do have one back here. I love Christmas time. Christmas time is my favorite time of year. And I also have a elf on the shelf my wife suggested I put in the background. We don't use the elf on the shelf anymore. My kids are all grown up. But I do like getting in the Christmas spirit. Okay, so I ran through the 2020-25 year for this channel. I don't post a whole lot, but I am thinking forward in 2026. I am going to try to post at least a video a month. That's my goal, maybe two. But my goal is to really, I'll back up just a minute. In 2025, I had two goals. One, to do live days and really connect with my viewers and my audience. I really wanted to make sure that I put out content and I was able to get feedback on how I'm creating content for this channel. And I also wanted to do a deep dive into all the equipment I'm showing on this channel. This is an equipment-focused channel with a touch of Brewday experience or Brewday content. But I wanted to go back and really do like a 2 to 3 year review on my equipment. I did not get to that this year. That's going to be a focus in 2026. So I'm kind of going to revisit everything on my brewery. I'm actually thinking about redoing my brewery a little bit. I think at the time I thought the background was a good idea, was really to prevent any splashing getting in the wall, but I think I'm going to simplify my brewery a little bit. I'm still going to use all these same equipment I've used before, but I'm going to do a deep dive. That means I'm going to break down things like this anvil system and really go into detail what I like and what I don't like, how it's worked out for me, just so people who are thinking about buying these systems are just better informed. And then I'm going to do a deep dive into the glycol system. That's over here. It's a really popular system on my channel. I always get a ton of questions about that system. I'm going to do a deep dive into that. So hopefully that's at least what I heard from my viewers on what you guys want to see, and do more live brew days. I think this is a lot of fun to do for myself. It's a lot of prep. You ever see these guys on YouTube putting together live brew days? It's a lot to think about. You think about what you're going to do, how you're going to set it up, clearing your day. It takes a lot of time to do these things. Let's see. Oh, and I'm going to introduce more content. So it's going to be a beer-focused channel. I'm always going to just do beer. Beer is going to be the focus, but I am going to do offshoots of I'm going to do a series on coffee. I'm getting into espressos. I'm getting an espresso machine for Christmas. So I'm really going to do kind of like a beginner, I don't know what to do kind of series, and kind of guide people who are interested in making espressos and lattes and that sort of thing. I'm really excited to start making content around that. So I think has a place for that on this channel, but it's not going to be for the primary audience, but hopefully it'll help grow into a larger audience that would ultimately think about homebrewing, because that's what I would love to see, is this hobby grow, because we've all seen this hobby kind of decrease over the years, right? And I'm also going to do kombucha. I've been brewing kombucha with my wife. I think that'll be a fun series to do. Everybody says it's easy to do. To make good kombucha, it's a little more, at least for myself, it was a little bit more difficult, but that's going to be a fun series I'm going to get into in 2026. So yeah, I'm really focused on growing this channel. So if you guys have any suggestions, just hit me up. Tell me what I'm doing well. Tell me what I'm doing not well. I really would like to see this channel grow next year. Okay. Shark Home Brewing Adventures. I try to watch other brewers who use any Anvil all-in-ones to learn and get tips. I do the same thing. I really do. I'll cruise other channels to see how you just want to see how other people brew. Sneak peek, I totally forgot to tell you guys, in 2026, my son is graduating high school. And long story short, we put together a 1-barrel system. And we're going to be brewing all the beer for all our friends and all their graduation parties. But I'm going to take the same concept of the Anvil all-in-one system and make a 1-barrel, basket that mimics how I brew on the Anvil system. Should be really cool. Really looking forward to that build. Brewing Bad. Better keep your eyes on that elf. He's been known to be a bit devious. Yeah. He's been into some things around our house for sure. We weren't that creative this year with him because our kids are not interested in it anymore, but we had a lot of fun with him in the past. He was definitely devious. Jess Kev 52. I'll be back. Thanks for my questions, etc. Hey, no problem, Jess Kev. Thanks for stopping by. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be around for another couple hours, so feel free to drop by again and enjoy the live stream. Shark Homebrewing Adventures. I'm going to try to brew a beer with an air fryer. That'd be interesting. Could you? Do you guys ever walk through a store like Walmart or Lowe's and you look at things like, I bet you I can make a brewing system out of that? I do it all the time. I was walking through the aisles and you ever see those sports cans that have, they're double walled. I was thinking, you could probably make a 1-gallon fermenter and run the glycol coolant through that double wall system and do temperature control. I've got a serious problem. But an air fryer, that would be a challenge. I'm going to grab a beer. Actually, I have a beer right here. What am I saying? I am drinking Emberfall Dark Lager. It's a 5.3%. Oh, God, I can't even see. 5.3%. It's a local brewery. If you guys are ever in the Souderton, Pennsylvania area, there's a brewery called Brass Collar. Really small place. One of my favorite places to go and hang with my friends. But yeah, I'm actually drinking it right now. It is quite a dark lager. What's everybody else drinking today? It's very good. Okay, what do we got going on here? Let's see who we've got on the live stream. All right, we're holding steady. We've got 7 people watching. Thank you so much for stopping by. That is awesome. So if you've just joined, I am brewing a Munich Helles today. This is my special Christmas holiday video. And this is my 3rd live stream. I'll be honest with you guys. I was super intimidated to do my first live stream. It takes me so many cuts and edits to make my other videos. I usually dub it over with voiceovers, but I was really nervous. But you do it more and more, you get a little bit more comfortable. But if you're just joining, Munich Helles, really simple recipe, 8 pounds of German Pilsner malt, 1 pound of Munich malt, and 4 ounces of Melanoidin malt. I feel like I'm slaughtering that name, but oh well. And then I'm using 1.32 ounces of Hallertauer Mittelfrühe, and that'll be a full 60 minutes bittering hop. And if you heard earlier, I'm not doing any water profiles. This is straight tap water, and I'm using Camden tablets to neutralize the chloramine and the chloride. And then finally I'm using, Mangrove Jack's M76 Bavarian Lager. And I made a yeast starter. Brewing Bad, I think I saw you might have done a yeast starter in one of your shorts. This is my first yeast starter. It was super easy to make. I'm going to be making a video on that next year. Hopefully my fermentation will be super fast. David Rookley, I'm at work as well. Hey, I'm glad I can, break your workday apart with a live brew day. I mentioned earlier, I had so many vacation days left at the end of the year. I took this week and next week off from work. That's why I'm brewing today. I actually have time to brew. This is great. Okay. I'm going to go check our mash. We have 40 minutes left. We have quite a bit of time. So I'm going to go check to see if our temperatures are in good shape and if we're still flowing through the whole system. Be right back. Okay, looking great. Smells great. It's just so far so good. Everything's looking great. And if you guys ever used Hallertauer Mittelfrühe, oh my gosh, it's a great smelling hop. Brewing Bad, yes, I always do one with liquid yeast to ensure it's viable, and sometimes with dry yeast to ensure a proper cell count. Interesting. So you do it with dry yeast as liquid yeast. I always thought the liquid yeast, like White Labs, already has that cell count for you for that initial pitch. I always thought the dry yeast you'd want to create a yeast starter so it doesn't shock the yeast when you pitch it, but you want to build up that cell count with the dry. It's all new to me. I am learning. My main goal is just to have a healthy fermentation. But it was a super easy thing to do. It was just a calculation of the dry malt extract to how much water you're using and then letting it swirl. I have a little, one of those stir plates. My buddy Matt gave it to me this past year and finally got to use it. But yeah, super easy to do. fact, let's go check on it. I'll be right back. All right, here's the yeast starter I was talking about. So I have, where's the yeast I use? It's, I believe, M72 Mangrove lager yeast. I used 100 milliliters of water and I think, was it 100 grams of dried malt extract. Boiled it, cooled it off, pitched the yeast. So you're basically making a small beer here, a small volume of beer. But then I put it on the stir plate and it's been stirring for about 15 hours now. I guess it looks okay. It's looking good. We will see. But that's my yeast starter. I'm excited. I've never done it before, so I'm really excited to see how it turns out. Okay. Well, we're doing good. We have 35 minutes left on the mash. Let's try a different view. That's the full equipment view. Nah, I don't want that one. Yeah, let's try that one. Cool. David Rookley, I do a lager with Mittelfrühe at various editions throughout the boil. This will be made at a local microbrewery in the new year. It's a great hop. Yeah, totally agree. In fact, all the beers I've been brewing is like, I need an excuse for using Mittelfrühe. It's a noble German hop, right? It's like I don't know if it's the number one German noble hop, but I certainly like it. Brewing bad. There have been a few times my liquid yeast has been dead, both times with Y yeast. If I had not first done the starter, I wouldn't have known it until it was too late. Yeah. Interesting. I have some Kvike yeast that's a year old. I think I might, when I brew Kvike, I always do one Kvike, or at least I try to do a Kvike a year. I didn't do a Kvike this year. I have 2 packs of White Labs Kvike yeast. Kolsch yeast, excuse me. Did you say, yeah. So the Kolsch yeast, I'm definitely going to do a starter because it's outdated. I'm sure it needs some help getting to that stage where it's a viable yeast. All right. Check my agenda. See what other things I wanted to cover. Let's see. Oh yeah, if you're new to the channel, hit that like button and subscribe for more content like this. Yeah, that's one thing I mentioned earlier. I would love to grow this channel a little bit more. Hopefully I can make content people want to subscribe to a little bit more, but that's my goal for 2026. I don't have a number in mind. I just want to see it grow. In fact, it's not a huge number. This channel has 1,890, so I'm just closing in on 2,000 subscribers. I'm really proud of that number. I started this channel, was usually a behind-the-scenes type of guy. I haven't worked in like a media services, but I started my career as a designer, went into tech, went into more project management and working in corporate America throughout my career. But I was mostly, I'll make the content for you. So this Just Homebrew channel for me was a venture out and getting in front of the camera and telling a story this way. So I'm really proud of all the subscribers who've decided to hit that button to follow me, a 48-year-old dad who brews in his garage. Yeah, I think that's... If you guys have any questions, hit me up in the chat. I am drinking an Ember Falls Dark Lager today. I think once I finish this one, I'm going to probably drink a... let's see, I think there's a stout in there. Here's my plan for today. The dark lager to kick it off, and then a 9.1% Moonlit Imperial Stout. I'll probably save this to the end because I probably will be moonlit after this one. I typically don't drink on brew days. Go crazy as it sounds, I'm sure you guys probably drink on your brew days, but I've gotten in trouble in the past where you have too many beers, you forget what you're doing. So I have kind of a rule for myself. I typically don't until the end. And then I'll have a few beers. Maybe that will create awesome content. Drinking a few 9.1% moonlit imperial stouts. All right, I'm going to go check on our mash. We're doing great. We have 30 minutes left. The settings I have on my anvil for this mash is I'm continuing to recirculate the mash. It's working out great. The power level's set at 70%, and I don't see any spikes in my temperature, in my mash temperature. And the full volume mash, if you've joined a little late, my approach to today's brew day was to do a full volume mash. That just means I have all the water I need for this brew day, for this 5-gallon batch of Helles inside the kettle right now. But it's working out great. Smells great. Really happy with the progress so far. And what I typically do, so when I have time during a brew day, I usually clean my fermenter, but my fermenter is completely cleaned right now, so I'm ready to go. I try to have as many of the things that I needed to do for this brew day already done, so I can talk to you guys. But I have my fermenter. I have a 7.5-gallon Anvil bucket fermenter, which is probably a typical thing you see people upgrade to from a plastic fermenter. I would love at some point to get a really nice conical fermenter, but to be honest with you, I don't know if I'm going to go down that route. I think the bucket fermenter is enough for me. It does the job. In fact, I used this the other time. I'll be right back. I've had this fermenter probably for 15 years and never used it. It's a 3-gallon plastic fermenter that I used for my Oktoberfest. And it just made me realize how simple and easy it is to just clean out of a fermenter like this. You get into the conical fermenters, it's just another time suck into cleaning something. Maybe I'm just getting older, but you don't want brewing to turn into cleaning. You just want, in my opinion, you want it to be fun brewing, fun getting the ingredients, figuring out what you want to brew. Having a brew day, with friends. I typically have, Matt, my buddy, my neighbor, over with me, but he's in school. He's a teacher. He could not brew with me today. But just having fun during the brew day and keeping the equipment simple. And that I just had a lot of fun with the Oktoberfest I brewed, and I just brewed in fermented in a little plastic fermenter, and it was great. I think Shark Adventures, I'll have to look back through the chat, but it's mentioned he does a 1 gallon batch. I have your Lowe's special, your 1 gallon bucket fermenter. Now these things are great as long as you take care of them and scratch them up, but that's my other fermenter. Brewing Bad. Warren from the Discord made a beer with dead liquid yeast. So you're able to bring back that dead yeast, I suppose. You give it some nutrients and bring it back to life. Oh, Brewing Bad mentioned he noticed nothing was happening after a few days and threw in some dry yeast to get it going. However, he ended up with what is that word? Petacoccus infection? Is it? Yeah, probably some sort of bacteria infection. And the beer was slimy and ropey. Yeah. I see some pictures of people like things are growing out of the beer. And like, oh yeah, that's fine. It's just that infection is normal. I don't know, maybe I'm just brewing. If I see something funky going on, I typically don't try to save it. I'll toss it. Yeah, I'm thinking of all the infected batches that I've ever had. It's been very few. Maybe I know I threw out one batch because I had something growing on the top, and if you know what you're looking at, you know how to fix it, maybe you could, save the beer. But I'd rather just brew it again. So I threw out one batch, and another batch was questionable. And I think that I threw that batch out. But that's over 15 or 20 years. And I think it's just attributed to make sure everything's clean, make sure everything's sanitized, just be careful with it, and should be fine. But maybe the yeast can contribute to it as well. When I was brewing early on, I'll show my age a little bit, in the early 2000s, it was all bucket fermenters. In fact, I still have the same bucket fermenter I started with. Now this guy is regulated to a sanitation bucket right now, but being 20 years old, not that bad. So I was just super careful. I think this was the first beer kit I bought. It was one of those, I don't know if they're still in business, True Brew, but it had, what did it have in it? It had an airlock. I think I probably had one of the pre-made recipes, a pot, a kettle. Yeah, that was a long time ago. But yeah, I still have that original equipment that I originally started brewing on. And now I'm brewing on an Anvil electric system. I was talking to my friend, in fact, last night, and we were kind of reminiscing on our backyard brew days where we get out the burner, we get out I have a Chapman mash tun and the cooling coil. And I don't mind doing it. I'll still brew in the backyard, but it is a huge process where this thing, and I'm not trying to sell the company either. I just enjoy the all-in-one system, and this happens to be an Anvil system. It's just so easy. And if you break down, this was our conversation last night, if you break it down to how much you spend, if you spend $150 on a kettle, if you, in my case, buy a cooler or a Chapman stainless steel mash tun, all that stuff, Yes, this is a little expensive. It can get I haven't looked recently, but I think I paid $450 for this thing. It's comparable. Now, yes, you have to put in an outlet if you want 240, but you're not that far off of what you would spend to get going in the hobby. Maybe a couple $100. Some people, that's a lot of money. Some people, it's okay. But really, this system that I'm brewing on here I don't think I can go back to like a backyard brew. It's just a lot of stuff to deal with. I'll brew in my kitchen where I'll brew on my stove. I think that's still suitable for what I like to do. But these things are so dang easy. All right, let me check to see if there's anybody still on the line. All right. We have 8 viewers. That's, again, thanks for sticking around. That is awesome for this channel. There are a few homebrewing channels that I follow that are just fantastic. There are some people who are very knowledgeable. They do very well in front of the camera and can provide a lot of information. So I appreciate everybody who wants to stop by and hang out today and listen to me ramble on about brewing a Helles this Christmas. To put a little dent in this Emberfall Dark Lager. A little time check. We have 20 more minutes on this mash, and I'll walk you through what I plan to do when the mash is complete. I have a pair of gloves right next to, it's kind of a little off camera, but I have a pair of gloves ready to go just to lift the grain basket out. And I'm not going to sparge today, so this is a full volume mash. So I'm just going to lift the grain basket out, rest it on the side of the anvil kettle, and then start to ramp up the wort to a boil. Now, this system to 240 might take about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes to come up to a boil. But that's all. I'll continue to let the basket hang over the side of the anvil and just make sure I can get as much of that wort out of the basket as possible. And once that gets to a boil, 20 minutes hanging on the side, I'll extract as much as I can. I'll take the basket off of the anvil, and then I will use a very controversial piece of equipment in homebrewing. Be right back. A spider basket. Now, this is just a cylinder that's wrapped in a stainless steel mesh, and what you do, instead of using a sock, like a mesh little sock for the hop pellets, I'm going to pitch the hops directly in this basket. Now, I've heard some people, you're not getting maximum hop utilization using the the spider basket. To be honest with you, I haven't been able to do like a direct comparison. I haven't brewed one batch with a hop spider with the exact same recipe and another batch with, directly pitching the hops and another batch with one of these. But I brewed some great beer with this, and it's really easy to use. It just sits over the side of the anvil. You pour your hops in, boil away, and when you're done, you just lift out all the hops in this hop spider, and you toss the hops. It's really easy to use. So I've had good success with this, and plan on using it today. And then And the next piece of equipment I typically use is the cooling coil. I use the standard cooling coil that Anvil provides. In this system, I do have a heat exchanger right about there. It's that hot copper heat exchanger. Now, that thing's awesome. It works great. Copper extracts the heat really quickly. What I like about the cooling coil, and I also have a copper cooling coil for the gas system I was just mentioning that I use in my backyard. It's easy to clean. I've thought about using the heat exchanger on this guy. But again, all the equipment that has come with this Anvil is just made to work together. And I have that cooling coil sitting in sanitation solution right now. And when I'm ready, at the end of the boil, I'll take that cooling coil and put it in the boiling water to kind of help sanitize the equipment a little bit. But it works, so I'm not going to change it. And that's that. So during the boil, what we're doing right now is the mash, and we'll be mashing for another 16 minutes. The boil part, so if you're new to brewing, what we're doing right now is we're extracting all the sugars. We're taking grains that's going to make up a Helles, and we're extracting sugars. And ultimately, those sugars are going to turn into alcohol with the yeast. Once we're done with the mash, we've extracted all the sugars, and we'll start a boil. So what that boil will do is we're adding a bittering agent to the wort to make it into beer. And to do that, I'm not an expert in this, but I learned something pretty cool a couple years ago. It finally clicked with me. When you use hops, hops are rated with alpha acid. So this is something I learned when I started to put together recipes. And a goal of mine a few years ago is really understand, okay, well, somebody can make the recipe for you online or at a beer store, but to really understand the ingredients, you have to understand the ingredients. One in particular is the hops. So obviously there's different types of hops for different styles of beer. But one thing that really clicked with me this past year, and it was really just fiddling around with brewing software. If you followed my channel this past year, I really used Beersmith. Beersmith was my calculator for the grain bill and how much hops to use and how much water to add to my systems. But one thing changed the quality of my beer is understanding alpha acids. And although there might be two halotol mental fruit, like harvested from different companies, the thing you want to look for is alpha acids and how much bittering potential are in those hops. So one recipe might call for 4 ounces of halotol mental fruit, but you have to understand the bittering power of that type of halotol mental fruit. It could be 4%, it could be 2.5. So you really have to weigh out your hops to achieve that bitterness that you're looking for, or that aroma type of taste in your beer. So just wanted to share something that kind of clicked with me a few years ago, specifically with hops, is just the bittering factor. It's like how hops can bitter your beer to achieve what you're trying to brew. David Rookley, I use a hop spider. It makes cleanup so easy. Completely agree. I think there are a few videos out there that compare, the potential, the hop utilization. I think that's the big thing I read about and watched about the hop spider is, does it affect the amount of bitterness or aroma you can pull out of the hops? And it'll be an interesting video to do. It's like, okay, well, let's prove it. And I know there's some channels and YouTubers out there that have already done this. But let's face it, when I look at brewing, I'm not trying to perfect it so I can brew the same recipe over and over. I want to come close. I want to be able to know, okay, if I'm going to brew a Helles or I'm going to brew a moonlit stout, can I get it close to the style of beer? Can I get it to a point where it comes down to, is it good beer? Now, do I want to repeat it over and over again? Maybe if I wanted to start a brewery. I do have a system where I can probably repeat the recipe over and over again. If you haven't seen the Herms setup I've got on some of my overview videos, it's a fantastic system. And if I wanted to, I could probably dial it in pretty close every time, because it has temperature controls. It uses the PIDs to make sure you're in a tenth of percentage away from the temperature you're shooting for. And if you're new to brewing, know that temperature is a lot. Temperature is probably one of the biggest things besides ingredients that you want to be able to achieve, is hitting precise temperatures. And going back to my point, for me, brewing it's about having fun, brewing good beer. But do I want to repeat it? I don't know. Brewing the same beer over and over again doesn't sound like a fun hobby to me. I want to really explore and try new things and improve upon the beer that I've brewed. So, okay, enough of me rambling. I guess what I'm getting at is, if you know your starting point from a hop spider, like I know I'm getting this type of utilization out of the hop spider, that's your baseline. If it works well for you and you know what you're getting, you can adjust from there. That's kind of how I think about it. So maybe I'll correct myself. I do want to be able to repeat something I'm brewing, but it's probably never going to be the same. I'm probably going to try a different thing to get at that extra flavor that I'm looking for. Anyway. Okay, so we have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'm going to go check this anvil to see if everything's still working. I will be right back. It's looking great. So I spiked to 149. So what I could do is I'm at 70% power. Maybe I can pull that back to 65 so it doesn't spike to 149. But 1 degree, I'm just going to keep it as is. What's everybody drinking? Coffee. What time is it in England, David? You might like the espresso videos I plan on making next year. I'm so excited for Christmas. I asked for an espresso machine. I think I got it. 8:15 p.m. Coffee. It's okay. I drink coffee all the time. I'll drink coffee. It doesn't keep me up all night. Root beer, as close as I can get. Oh, that's right. Shark Homebrewing Adventures. You're at work. I forgot. Yeah, I guess I probably shouldn't say I have the rest of the year off when other people are still working. I typically do work the entire year. I just happen to have a lot of vacation left this year for some reason. Another 2 hours at work. That's a late night working. beer, American Blonde Kvike yeast. Kvike yeast is awesome. I used it, I think this may have been the first time I used it with Oktoberfest. If you haven't had a chance, check out that Oktoberfest video I put together. I was really shocked how fast Kvike started fermenting. It felt like as soon as I pitched the Kvike yeast, it started bubbling right away. It is a crazy yeast. And then it was done in 2 days. And then, that from 2 days, so I think I brewed, I'm not going to throw out dates because I'll probably get them wrong right now, but it was early October, and the Kvike yeast was done fermenting. And then I was able to lager, or pseudo-lager. It's not really a lager, but I pseudo-lagered it for 3 weeks and had it the last day of October. That was super important to me because I wanted to put out the video in October. So it had a stop date on it. The last day of October was the last lagering date for that beer, but it turned out fantastic. It was, if you could imagine what a pseudo lager would taste like, a nice clean crisp lager, it was in that realm of beer. It was awesome. Shark Homebrewing Adventures, 4 hours left for me. We're all sitting here asking why we are still here. I love it. Well, not that I love that you're still there, but let's face it. It's almost Christmas Eve. Who's still at work? I guess the important people. The people who have to hold down the fort, not like me who takes 2 weeks off at the end of the year. David Rookley, same here, Shark. 4 of us sitting, twiddling our thumbs. Well, if I was younger, I worked for some companies who are pretty relaxed in their work atmosphere. We would have a few beers at work, but that was a long time ago. That was 20 years ago. That does not happen now. Kvike is fantastic. I drank the beer straight from the fermenter in 7 days. Yeah, I think Kvike is going to be on my yeast list. It's just a fun yeast. If you think about, especially beginner brewers, I was talking to a guy last night. He's asking me questions about brewing. It's like, I don't have temperature control, and I don't have a lot of money to get started, and Kvike just fits the bill. You can keep everything simple. You don't need a glycol system. You don't need a fermentation chamber. You can brew pretty decent beer at room temperature, and that pretty decent, really good beer. If I compare it to the Oktoberfest, granted, I did use a fermentation chamber to help keep me in that lager bracket. I think it still would have turned out pretty good if I didn't keep it at, I'll have to look at my notes. It was 68 degrees. I think I fermented it at to keep it at that pseudo lager. But from what I understand, you can let it go at room temperature, and it's a super yeast, right? In fact, I think that was my name to the title of the video, super yeast. Canada, yeah, on day 7. Yeah. David, strict alcohol policy here. We can be randomly tested anytime. I would not. Let me back up a little bit. I would not promote drinking at work right now. I'm way into my career. No, it would not happen. I was just thinking back when I was in my early 20s. We probably went out to a bar instead. I just used temp control on 35 Celsius. Oh, Celsius. I have to use my brain here, converting Celsius to Fahrenheit. Oh, 95 degrees Fahrenheit, I think. Yeah. 95. It's good up to about 100 degrees, right? I mean, depending on the Kveis strain. And from what I understand, when it gets to the higher range, it just gets into a little bit more fruitier flavors. All right. Exciting stuff here. 1 minute, 50 seconds till we yank this basket out of the mash. Exciting stuff. So I'm going to change my view. Oh wait, I have a mouse for this. Let's see. Headshot. Nope, don't want that one. Don't want that one. Equipment shot. Ah, here we go. Let me give you a better view of this basket pull. That should work. It's like that. I guess you could call this the money shot, right? Okay, what I'll do is grab some gloves and pull this basket out. First, turn off the pump. Close the valve. There's something I always forget to do. I have still a lot of work. Not closing that valve. I'm an idiot. Totally screwed up. Talking away and I completely forgot a step. I am not sparging. This is the full volume mash. But what I do want to do is I want to bring the temperature up to 168 degrees. This will help cleanse all the sugars off the grains a little bit better. And from what I understand, it stops the enzymes converting to sugar during the mash process. I could be wrong about that. It's been a while since I read about that whole process. But what I like to do is treat this like a sparge. So I have it ramping up to 168 degrees. I did ramp up the power output to 100%. So this should get up to 168 degrees pretty quickly. Once it hits 168 degrees, I typically like to let it set for 15 minutes. I'll let it go for 10 minutes with this Brewday, just to goes back to if you were on earlier in the Brewday talking about mash efficiency. This is something, especially with this process, I like to do because I think this will help increase the mash efficiency with the beers that come out of this system. So I'm going to go check on this. It's already at about 151 degrees. I'm just going to put the lid on it, monitor it for a second. I did turn off the recirculating pump. I'm going to get that going again, and we'll let this go for 10 minutes. While this is going, I did have a thought recently about the pump. We were talking about the Anvil pump, and I was comparing it to my Blickman Riptide. One thing I was reading about this pump, which I'm keeping in mind, is if you look at the instructions, it's only supposed to be used up to a certain temperature. I think it's 180 degrees is what that plastic is rated for within the pump. The Riptide, I think, is rated a little higher, but that's something I'm keeping in mind because you don't want any plastics that aren't supposed to be going through your beer. And if from what I understand, if it's rated for 180 degrees, you want to be really careful on how you cool down the wort. In my process, I typically, after the boil, I'll boil the wort, put the cooling coil in the Anvil all-in-one, and I'll flip on the switch. I'm beginning to think maybe I should put the cooling coil in, wait till it gets down to 180 degrees since the pump is only rated for 180 degrees. I wonder if that's a contributing factor to how some people are seeing these pumps fail. That's something I was thinking about this system recently, is just to be careful of the temperature of wort I put through this pump. But over the past couple of years, I know I've run warmer wort through this pump and haven't had any issues yet. Anyway, that's a thought I had as I was hooking up this pump, and I'm turning up the temperature. All right, we still have 5 people on. I know some people are still at work, jumped on earlier. Maybe we'll see them again later. But thank you so much for jumping on today and hanging out with me as I brew this Munich Helles. And if you haven't already, give me that thumbs up and subscribe if you're new. That really helps the channel, the YouTube statistics and analytics, drive those new viewers to your channel. Anybody have plans for Christmas? I am going to see my folks. I know my dad, I don't know if he never jumps on chat, but he always follows me on these homebrewing channels. He gets a kick because he's on YouTube all day long watching how-to type of things, and he sees me sometimes on my brewing channel. He always gets a kick out of that. But I'm going to see my parents in New England after Christmas, but we are staying here for Christmas. I'm in Pennsylvania. I will be right back. I'm going to check on the temperature of this mash. And just like that, we are at 166 degrees. So it only took a few minutes. That just shows you the power of the 240 volt versus the 120. I was able to achieve, what was it, close to 20 degrees in a few minutes, which, one, it's awesome, and two, it's a time saver. Shark Homebrewing Adventures. I use the pump to chill. However, I run the chiller through another cooler with an ice water, so the cold water is going through the pump. That's a great idea. In fact, I should do that. I am going to get that ice bath ready for my next brew day. I've thought about it in the past. It's just every time I go to brew, I forget to do it. I don't have ice on hand. But that's a great idea, because you're right. The water is going to be, as the water goes through the pump, it's going to be cooler immediately. See, I'm learning stuff. Yeah, maybe what I could do is I could use that too. I could probably submerge the counterflow chiller in the ice bath to maximize that heat extraction. That could be a project for next year. That might be a video. How fast can you cool a wort? I like that. Shark Homebrewing Adventures. Christmas morning, I'm preparing to brew, preparing for Brewday on Friday. Afternoon, we'll be with family for dinner. Cool. Yeah. I like that. Maybe my wife, she rolled her eyes today. She's like, really? You're brewing pretty much on Christmas Eve? I have a pile of presents I have to wrap. She's like, you should be doing that instead of brewing. Shark Homebrewing Adventures. You're making me think of. I never was really keen on just Homebrew as a name of the channel. I was thinking next year to change it up a little bit into something a little bit more, I don't know, something cooler than just Homebrew. Be right back. David Rookley catering for 9 of us around the table tomorrow. Like it? Yeah. Into hosting. Yeah, so are we. We're hosting my wife's family and friends tomorrow. My wife's maternal, the wife's maternal grandmother from Finland, so we do their family tradition on Xmas Eve. Meat and fish buffet served with lashings of homebrew. Nice. So your family actually drinks your homebrew. My wife won't touch it. My brother-in-law, he'll drink it. My friends will. My dad will try it. Actually, I take that back. My mom actually tried. What did she try this last year? It was a Kvike, not a Kvike, a Kolsch. Shark Homebrewing Adventure. I freeze an ice block in a spare freezer. You have to do the ice bath. Yeah, that's a good idea. I actually have plenty of freezers. I don't have an excuse for not doing that. I've got 2 chest freezers for the fermentation chambers. I could definitely freeze ice in. I've got a Keyser off camera over there. And I have 2 freezers in the basement. We were overboard on freezers. So I have no excuse to try it out next year. David Rookley, yeah, that's awesome. They all love homebrew. It's always fun to watch people try homebrew for the first time. They're very timid. Like, I don't know if I'm going to like this. I don't trust you. But most of the time, like, oh, well, that's really good. Pour me another one. I will be right back. So this worked out nicely. I'm glad I caught this before I started the boil. I usually have this planned. I usually have, if you're familiar with Beersmith, there's a way to print out the recipe and it goes down each step what you have to do. Well, I'm using, I think it's called Brewfather this time. It was fine. I liked it was great. I think I might use that this year, but this is the printout so far. Maybe there's a different way I can print out the Brewday on Brewfather. I'm a total noob with the software, but it always helps me with my Brewday what step is next, and I totally missed this step. So we'll let this go for 5 more minutes. And if you're curious about what I mean by the full volume mash versus sparge, if I did a sparge with this system, I would have calculated a volume of water that was a specific ratio to grains. I can't tell you that off the top of my head, but there is a mathematical equation to say you want to use this much water for this much grains for your mash efficiency. There's also things that play involved in terms of pH with the water volume versus the grains. And if you sparge, either batch sparge or do a typical sparge, which you have another volume of water that you dump over the grains one time, you would have your mash water, which, let's just, for simplicity's sake, this is a 5-gallon batch and you need 8 gallons of water. You would want to use something like 4 gallons for the mash, and you would want to save 4 other gallons for your sparge water. And that sparge water what you do is you'd lift the grain basket out of this anvil, set it on top just like I did with the full volume sparge. You would then take that other 4 gallons that you set aside at a specific temperature, typically 168 degrees, because that will complete the conversion of the starches into sugars at that temperature. And that volume you would run through the grains again. So that clean water would rinse all the sugars, the residual sugars in the grains into your kettle. And that will give you the max efficiency. So that's what I mean by, full volume mash, which you really don't sparge, you just kind of let it drain. And then sparging is when you run additional clean water through your mash bed to get all the sugars out. If you wanted to know that, that's sparging. David Rookley, I have approximately 95 liters, which is 25 US gallons, I think. Sounds good to me. That's a lot of beer. 25 gallons for Christmas, period. 4 different beers. Holy cow. Do you have a YouTube channel? That's impressive. The most beer I'll have on hand is maybe 3 kegs. I typically only have 2. So having 4 beers, that's awesome. That's a lot of planning. I used to brew maybe 10 to 12 times a year. Maybe I would have had 4 beers at once. Now I'm down to about 4 beers a year. So I usually brew the beer, drink it, replace it. So I only have one or 2 beers on tap at any time now. But 4 beers, that's awesome. All right, I think we're good with our sparge water. We've been sitting at 168 degrees for about 10 minutes. I'm good with that. So what I'm going to do is do what I originally did, is lift the grain basket out and start ramping up the temperature to boil. Let's do it. All right, success. So what you saw me do is I lifted the basket out. It's a little heavy. It has 7 or 8 gallons of water in the basket initially. So what I do is I lift it up. I rest it. It has 2 little legs. It sits on the edge of the kettle. And then I just hold it until the majority of the water drips out the bottom. So what I'm going to do now is ramp it up to a boil. And we're at 344. So we'll see how long it takes it to go from 168 degrees to a boil on a 240 volt system. I get this question all the time from users who, are currently on 120 volts. So let's do it. I think it's 3:45 right now. I'm pretty sure I will be at a boil at 4 o'clock. And once it gets to a boil, I'm in my garage and I don't have a fan or anything. So I am going to lift my garage door up to let all that steam out. So it might get a little bright in here. Okay, great. We still have 7 people on this live stream. I'm super excited about that. And if you're just joining, I'm brewing a Munich Helles on my Anvil all-in-one. We have went ahead and I went over the grain bill, went over the ingredients such as the hops and the yeast. And right now I'm ramping up the Helles to a boil. Once it's at a boil, I'll lift the garage door up and I'll throw the hop additions. It's a really simple hop addition for this Helles. I'm throwing in about 1.32 ounces of Hallertauer Mittelfrühe. We'll let that go for an hour. And I think I have one more addition. At 15 minutes, I'm going to throw in some Wurflock tablets. So that will... what Wurflock tablets do. I believe it's seaweed. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. But it's basically a seaweed type of addition that clumps together. Anything that's floating around in the beer, any residual particles, it will clamp onto that and it will drop to the bottom so we can achieve that nice, clear, crisp Helles lager in a few months. Hey, Shark Homebrewing Adventures. Hey, pop in and out as much as you want. Totally cool with me. I know you're working, so I appreciate you hanging around. So I'm still working on this Ember Falls. I think that's such a cool label, Ember Fall. That's a neat name for a lager. That's a nice lager color. Dark lager. That's a nice looking beer. That's really good. And so what I'll do too, this is part of my process. After I'm getting after the boil, and we've boiled off some of the wort volume, we're going to take a gravity reading, and I use this little guy here. What you do is you drop a little droplet of wort, and what this will do is it'll give you your original gravity reading. And for those who are new to homebrewing, which I think most of you in the chat or active in the chat know what I'm talking about here, but if you're new, how your mash efficiency. Your original gravity is a starting point with how much sugar is in the water. So I'm shooting for 1050. It just means I might be talking a little outside of my knowledge here, but that's how much is it's a ratio of your sugar to water. And that's your starting gravity. So how a beer creates alcohol is you put your yeast in the wort, and that yeast will start eating away at the sugar and create the alcohol. But over time, that gravity reading will fall closer and closer to what water, basically a water gravity reading. And you can take those two numbers, your original gravity and your final gravity, and calculate how much alcohol you have created with your beer. Probably totally screwed up that explanation, but that's how I think about. That's why it's important to do, gravity readings, so to understand at what point you are in the brewing process and how well your wort is converting over to actual beer. So you guys are having a fun time in the chat. I love it. How about you guys? I mentioned some things that I've collected feedback throughout the year on things I hear people want to see on the channel. Is there anything specific you'd like me to dive into in 2026? It could be anything. Hopefully coffee, because coffee is probably going to be one of my first couple videos. Take that back. Kombucha. I have some kombucha. I actually shot a lot of video for kombucha brew days. I'll be starting off with how to make kombucha. Actually, I'm not going to. The angle's not going to be how to make kombucha. It's how a homebrewer of beer has started making kombucha, in my experience. I think there's so many good videos on kombucha on YouTube and experts, and I think that's been done. But I think what I wanted to see is, okay, how does somebody make kombucha who just basically started as a beginner? And that's kind of how I'm going to tell the story of myself making kombucha. But if you guys have any ideas, feel free to share them. I will be happy to make a video about anything you like about homebrewing. Any football fans? I'm an Eagles fan. I live 40 minutes outside of Philadelphia, so I know there's some people from overseas, which football is probably soccer, but I'm looking forward to the postseason in the NFL. The drought line, Miami seems to be falling apart. I don't know the coach's name, but he's not doing so hot. Didn't they lose their number one quarterback recently? I don't know if he was even hurt. I think they just benched him. He was playing so bad. Miami's not even in the playoffs, are they? I think they're out. So Kansas City was out the other day. I saw Kansas City is actually moving their stadium out of Kansas City, which is nuts. The drought line, the poor guy looked like he was 20 years old when he started. No, it looks like he's been working in a coal mine for 40 years. He does look like a young guy. My take on him was he tried to act young around the players. Every time I saw him, he had like the sweatpants pulled up to his knees, trying to act cool. It's like, no, dude, you're a coach. You're not as cool as the players. You're a coach. You need to be like Andy Reid. That kind of cool. How many hamburgers you can eat. Yeah. Drought line. Yes, the coach. Yep. Yeah, the Eagles they're an interesting team this year, coming off a Super Bowl win. Yeah, they won the last 2 games, but each one of those teams were 2-10. So it was kind of an easy win, so to speak. We have no idea how they're going to do in the postseason. They're all over the place. The drought line. I lived in New England for a while. I follow New England and the Bills lately. Yeah, those are 2 hot teams. My whole family's from New England, and they always rubbed it in when you guys won like 7 championships. But it did feel good beating Tom Brady in a Super Bowl a few years ago. Yeah, the Bills are definitely a hot team. They're a must-see TV for sure. Guy's got a cannon on the Bills. That QB. He's got all the tools. He can run fast, jump over people, throw the ball 70 yards. Yeah, the Bills are an awesome team. Canada Brewery. If you make mead, I love to hear. I just started the mead brewing. That's interesting. A lot of people have maybe not asked me to make mead, but going back to, I had the conversation I had with the guy last night at my buddy's house. He was asking me questions about my brewery, but then he went straight into, I've been making mead, and I know nothing about mead. Maybe I should, do a same thing I'm doing with coffee. Like, hey, I'm giving mead a shot. I've never really tried it. It does look interesting to make mead. I am a member of a local homebrew club, and we meet at if you were on earlier, Brass Collar. Shout out to Brass Collar. They host our monthly homebrewing meetings, and somebody always brings in a bottle of mead. And I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I just don't drink it. So it's just kind of, odd's not the right word. I need to learn more about it. It might be my first impressions of mead is a little sweet for me, and that's it. I don't have any other impressions. I just haven't drank enough of it. But going back to what I was saying, the guy last night is like, yeah, I brew 1-gallon batches of mead. I love it. I want to get into brewing. So maybe that's a good idea. As I think about 2026, my goal would be, branch out a little bit into different disciplines of brewing and, bring people in who are interested about brewing beer. Maybe they brew mead, or maybe they brew coffee or kombucha. I want to get those guys in this type of conversation as well, because they might be interested in brewing beer. They just don't know enough about it, like I don't know enough about mead. So thanks for bringing that up. I will definitely look into that. The drought line. I joined a homebrew club 2 years ago, tried mead once, but don't really know what to compare it to. You're spot on the way I think about it. It's like I don't know. Because the taste tests I've had is just one little sip. You get a little taste test and like, okay, well, that's interesting. I just haven't had enough of it. I will be right back. I'm going to check the temperature, see where we're at with the boil, because I don't want to boil over. So bear with me. I might have to break away for a minute because this is the part of the brew day, as probably most of you know, there's just a lot of things happening from the mash to the boil, and I just want to make sure everything is set. Feel free to keep those questions or comments coming. I will be back shortly. though, here's a good shot I want to talk about. If you're new to home brewing, this is the kind of the mess part. If you don't pay attention to your boil. So what's happening is the boil is starting to boil a little bit, and foam starts to accumulate on the top. And what will happen is the boil will push the foam up, and what you want to do, there's a break point, just like in every boil. When you're boiling something, you just want to make sure you break the foam apart a little bit. So once it starts to get into a rolling boil, you're fine. But the critical part is the break point of the wort starting to boil. So I'm just going to keep a close eye on this. Stir it around. Typically, stirring is enough. So you just take the stir and you just kind of graze it across the top of the foam, and you just keep doing that until the boil breaks, and then I should be good for the next hour. So I'm just going to keep a close eye on this. does not take this long for the hop break. Spray this with cold water. Never have to do that. There we go. Finally. That's pretty good. All right. That took a little while for that hop break. It usually takes a minute or two. Another method you can do is use a bottle of cold water and spray the top of the wort to settle that foam down. But we're in good shape here. So I'm going to set the timer for our 60-minute boil. I'll go ahead and add our 1.32 ounces of Hallertauer Mittelfrühe. So that's going to be our one bittering hops for this Helles lager. Let's do it. All right, got to do the hop shot. Oh, these, oop, here we go. You can smell those hops, right? Oh, they smell awesome. Good. I will set my timer for 60 minutes. So what you saw took a little while to get that hop break going. Maybe I was a little lower temperature, or maybe 205 degrees, not as close to the boil as I thought. But once that settled down and I threw the hops in, you typically want to wait another minute or two when you throw the hops in. Sometimes the hops reaction creates more foam. I can't tell you how many times I've had boilovers. They're not fun. But once you get the hang of it, especially with this system, as long as you don't get any boilovers and the outside isn't caked with wort or hops, it's really easy to clean up at the end of the day. So what I typically do is I watch it like a hawk once I transition from mash to boil. Anywho, the drought line. What's the final batch size on this one? 5 gallons. The drought line again. Love the smell of hops. Yeah, it's probably one of my favorite parts of the Brewday. It's just, they smell delicious, especially all the different varieties. the Hallertauer all the log, the German, that was a popular hop with all the German beers I brewed this past year. And if you've been following along, that was my focus the past year. I brewed this Helles, I brewed a Munich Dunkel, the Oktoberfest, and the Alt beer. I believe all of them use some sort of Hallertauer Mittelfrühe in the recipe. Yeah, so our plan now, it's kind of a sit and wait game. We have the boil going for 60 minutes. At 45 minutes, I'll throw in Wurflock. I've got just one tablet of Wurflock. I might throw in a quarter of a teaspoon of yeast nutrients, but maybe not, because I have the yeast starter. Hopefully I have a very high cell count in my yeast. So my hope is, as soon as I pitch the yeast, I walk out a few hours later and this lager is fermenting away. Probably won't happen that fast, but the yeast starter should help out the fermentation time. All right, we'll check we still have 7 people. Thank you so much for sticking around. To give you a little update on the schedule, it is 4/2. I was hoping to finish around 5 o'clock. I think this is going to go on a little while longer since we have an hour boil. So we have about an hour of boil left, and then it takes about 20 minutes for me to cool down. I'll walk you through the whole process of how I use the cooling coil that came with this unit. I think it works just fine. I didn't feel a need to upgrade. And then I transfer it to my fermenter. Now I typically knock it down. To save time, I don't knock it down to pitching temperatures. I typically get it in a ballpark. So say I can knock it down to 90 degrees or 80 degrees in about 10 or 15 minutes. I'll transfer it to my fermenter, and from there I'll throw it into, I think I'm going to use my fermentation chamber for this batch. The fermentation chamber is so easy, and compared to the glycol system, either system works great. In this case, I'm just going to use the fermentation chamber because my garage is cold, and I think it'll be easier to keep in the heat when I need to heat the fermenter up. And I'll walk you through all that if you guys are still around when I throw my fermenter in the fermentation chamber. The drought line. I've been trying to keep up with the brewing schedule of my club. Oh, so you guys plan beers throughout the year? Yeah, I typically just try. I think my schedule is going to open up a lot more. My oldest son is going to college next year, and I think he's narrowed down his college. I think he's going to be going to Penn State, which is pretty exciting. It's weird how your kids, if anybody watching has, transitioning from being at the sidelines of sporting events every weekend of your life to kids starting to drive and they're gone. It's such a quick transition, and you find yourself, you have all sorts of time. I thought I started brewing in 2000. I brewed for about, 7 years and had my first child. Then I put it down for about 10 years, and then COVID came and I picked it up again and said, I should start a YouTube channel too. So I think I'm going to have much more time to build a schedule, the drought line. That's awesome. Yeah, I still have one more boy, so he's going to be around for a few more years, but he's, just starting to drive, and he's going to be the same thing. So drought line, what type of schedule do you guys, is it a monthly schedule, or is it, at your own pace type of schedule? Do you guys do seasonal beers? Or maybe mead? Were you talking about mead earlier? I wasn't sure. Well, I'll tell you what, feel free to keep going in the chat. This is part of my brew day where I dump the spent grains, we have a garden. I usually go dump it in a mulch pile in a garden. So I will be gone for about a minute, five minutes while I dump this grain. And that's one of the cool things about this all-in-one system. I can take the whole basket and just throw it away, put it somewhere without having to. For example, in this Herm system, I have to scoop all of the grains out of the mash tun. Not complaining, but in terms of effort level, this all-in-one system is just so much easier. But you have an hour for a boil. I typically would spend an hour scooping that out. Or in this case, I'm just going to take the basket and I'll be right back. So stay tuned. All right. The drought line. Yeah, my club comes up with a monthly schedule. They pick 3 styles a month. Wow. So you can submit one of the 3 and compete amongst the club members. Awesome. At the end of the day, we have a party, barbecue, and name the brewer of the year based on the tally of points. That's awesome. Nothing like a little healthy competition. Yeah, my homebrew club's pretty tight. They've been together a little while. I'm actually new to the club. I've only been going for about a year now, and it's an older group. I think the youngest guy is probably me. Maybe there's a few younger guys, but yeah, they go to each other's house for Christmas parties, but I haven't gotten to the competition yet. What I've noticed they mostly do is, go to larger beer festivals and have tents and set up and actually brew at those events, which is kind of cool. David Rookley, we had something similar at our homebrew club. We picked up a random style of the BJCP guidelines and gave 2 to 3 months to brew it. Then we tasted and scored it based on the appearance, taste, and overall scores. Cool. Yeah. The drought line, we have a couple guys that brew at the breweries. Yeah, so it's all awesome that you actually have somebody who knows what they're doing rather than brewing in their garage and acting like they know everything about homebrewing. Which I don't. I will tell everybody who joins my channel, I don't know everything. I just share with things that I've learned and know. Okay, well, I ran up to my garden and I dumped the bucket. That was super easy. I just took the whole basket, dumped it right in. It's going to be real easy to clean out that basket later. So we've got 47 minutes left. Barely have a clue. I've been brewing for 2016, 10 years. Unless you do it every day as your job, you just accumulate knowledge as you go. That's what YouTube is awesome. And when I think of in 2000, when I graduated college, I had to I read a book. I remember reading The Joy of Homebrewing. In fact, I just read the newest edition, or made it halfway through. I still have to read the other half. But that's how I learned how to brew. Is I opened a book, read it, went to a homebrew store, and it was a little tiny shop in Montgomery, Pennsylvania, and brewed and just learned how to do it by myself. Which nowadays you can go on YouTube. There's 1,000 different brew tubers out there showing you how to brew beer. There's so much knowledge. It's just awesome. Enough of me. Let's see what other scenes I've got set up. That's a good one, but let's go back to that one. Nope, that's not what I want. Main headshot. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. We bought a house a few years back. Now most of the house is done. Enough to keep the wife happy. I'm thinking about turning my garage into my brew space. I can talk to a little bit about that transition. I went through the same type of transition in my homebrewing journey. I brewed out of my kitchen just like every other homebrewer getting into the hobby. And we moved into this house, which I have, a nice sized garage, and immediately thought, I'm building a brewery once I can do it in my garage. My thought process was, it was an easy thought process. My wife does not like the smell of brewing beer in the house. And I like it, but it does stick around. If you don't have a good vent, it does hang around a little bit. So I understand. And a happy wife, good life, happy wife, or whatever that saying is, right? So I moved to the garage, and my two options were the garage or the basement. And, some people love to brew in the basement. I just wanted to be above ground because I have people coming over, and I just wanted to have some sort of an atmosphere of outside. So the garage for me was the logical move. And it's a great space to brew in. So if you have a chance to start brewing, I mean, this kind of happened over time. I don't have actually I do have running water. I don't have a sink. That's the one thing my brewery doesn't have, is a sink. But being out in a space where I can brew, kind of leave stuff around, not have to worry about putting things back in the kitchen. And some people don't have that option. But for me, the garage has been a great experience. But it does get, like today, it's a little cold for me. I don't have a heating source in my garage. So I just just double up on everything. But if you have a chance to build a garage brewery, I've enjoyed mine. I would do it again. The drought line. It does linger. And, in my house, it goes to the second floor as well. And we have a pretty decent fan in our kitchen. And I was debating whether to do this brew day in my kitchen, but she's doing cookies and she's got people coming over, and I did not need the house smells like beer conversation. But that's the great thing about having a garage. If you have one, you can go out in the garage, and she hasn't bothered me yet. So she's happy. My wife bought a garden room so we could brew and serve in there. Awesome. A garden room. Is that like a sunroom in England? A garden room? Because we have a sunroom in our house. I would imagine something similar. The windows all around the wall. Yeah. Thinking about next year, like the garage space for me is almost there. I'm going to do something else with the wall, like make it less busy. I've always wanted a stainless steel table. I think that'd be a nice upgrade. I've been using this wooden table. I've had that for 20 years. It's kind of beat up, but I think I'm going to maybe paint the wall like a dark gray, maybe get a stainless steel table, clean the floors up a little bit. It's basic type of organization stuff. That's what I have planned next year in my garage, and I'm kind of excited to get going on that. Yeah. I have the opposite problem. I'm in Miami. It's never cold here. I have to figure AC. Yeah. It's a totally different problem. When it's hot here, a 210 degree kettle makes a 95 degree day feel like 150 degrees. So yeah, I understand that problem. Yeah, there's a couple videos out there of people building shed breweries. Those are kind of neat. The one thing I want to figure out is a sink. I have a mud room right beyond my garage door. I can kind of go in there and use that utility sink, but it'd be really nice if I had a sink right there. But the way my house is laid out, it's a little challenging. All right, I'm going to go check out how we're doing on the boil. We've been going for 20 minutes, so this is going great. I don't have any other additions other than the Werflock. And then, it's going pretty smoothly. Let me see where we're at with the boil. Yeah, it's going great. I gave the hop spider a little spin, just kind of stirred around the hops a little bit to make sure I'm getting that hop utilization going on in there. But it's going great. Let's see. All right, we still have a solid crowd here. Awesome. Is everybody done wrapping Christmas presents? I was talking about earlier. Growing up, my folks always wrapped the presents the day of Christmas. In my marriage, my wife likes to wrap them like 2 months before Christmas. So there's always a challenge for me to get the presents wrapped so the night of we can put them underneath the Christmas tree and go to bed. But I always like to wrap them the day before Christmas or the night of. So I have that to do before Christmas. I did want to clean up out here a little bit. You don't see the other side of my garage. It's a complete disaster. But I think I'll have this fermenting. I'm going to put together my 2026 schedule. Last year I put together like a year-end wrap-up. I don't think I'm going to do that this year. I'm just going to put out a kind of community post. There's a new thing in the communities where you can, I haven't tried it yet, but you can actually have a real-time conversation with subscribers, which is kind of neat. But I plan on sitting down this week, sketching out the 2026 year, and kind of socializing it with you guys to kind of get some feedback and try to stick to that schedule so I can get more content put out in 2026. It's going good. I'm actually going to be right back going through my plan for today. I'm just going to check on my yeast starter, which is going great. And I'm going to bring that out. I can set that out here now. And then I have my cooling coil ready to go. I already have, let's see, right behind the Anvil fermenter, I have a garden hose. I was fearing that the garden hose would be frozen today. It snowed here last night, and I was thinking, you know what, that hose is going to be frozen, and I'm going to have to figure out how to cool down this wort. But thankfully, it's not. So I have the water ready to go. So I really should only have 35 minutes, an hour left, an hour. So I should be done, say at 5:45, just to kind of give you a heads up on what I'm anticipating for wrap up. But I have the cooling coil ready to go. The fermenter's ready to go. Oh, I need to get my fermentation chamber ready. So, you know what? I'll show you the other half of my garage, but it is kind of a mess. And we'll get that kind of situated. Okay. I'll talk to the microphone. I think you'll hear me. Apologize for the mess. All right, if you haven't seen my fermentation chambers videos, check them out. I picked up these two guys a few years ago and built them. It's a really easy build. These are basically, I forget. I'll have to get back on this, the size of the freezers, but you're the standard size freezers. And this is a plug and play build. You can basically buy these Inkberg controllers, and you you can actually wire these if you really want to, but these are plug and play. Basically, you plug the Inkbird in the wall, and then you plug the power of the chamber into the Inkbird. And what the Inkbird does, it basically turns this freezer into a refrigerator, so you can really dial in the temperature of your fermentation. And what you do is, there's a probe you stick into, my case, my Anvil fermenter, and this monitors the temperature of the fermenter. You know, if it gets too hot, the freezer turns on and brings it down to a temperature, or if it gets too cold, I have this little heating blanket that I wrap around the fermenter, and it brings the temperature back up to a fermentation temperature. Typically, when you ferment, the beer gets warmer because the yeast is working and converting those sugars into alcohol. But since this is winter here in Pennsylvania, I'll probably be using the heating blanket more than the refrigerator. So what I'm doing now is just making sure it's going to be ready for later. I have a bunch of crap in here. So that's fine. And I'll turn it on. So I have the power to the Inkbird. I have a little power outlet. It's kind of embarrassing, I'm showing this part of the live brew day, but you're seeing the whole thing. Okay, so it's not going to work until I stick the fermenter in here, but right now, the Inkbird is setting the freezer to 39 degrees. So I cold crashed this in my last beer. What I want to set this at is, I believe it's, I'll have to double check my notes, but 59. Oops. I believe that's the target fermentation temperature of this beer. So what that's going to do, again, I'll transfer the beer from the anvil to the fermenter. I'll take the fermenter and just stick it on the shelf in here where it fits. I'll wrap this around, and there's a probe on top of my fermenter which I'll fish this temperature probe down into the fermenter. And based on the temperature, I'm anticipating the fermenter to be probably 80 degrees. So what this will do is, this will say, hey, the fermenter's at 80 degrees, kick on this freezer until it gets to 59 degrees. And then from there, probably later on tonight, it'll take a few hours, I will pitch the yeast. So I use this kind of as staging, so I'm not hunched over this thing waiting for the cooling coil to bring it down to pitching temperatures. I get it to a point, I stick the fermenter in here, and then I let the fermenter bring it down to the exact temperature for pitching my yeast. Anyway, that's a quick step that I probably won't have on a live brew day, but wanted to show you kind of the thing that happens after the boil's done. And I hope you guys got that. Hopefully that made sense. Finished. The big day is tomorrow on the 24th. Nice. Tomorrow is a big day. Yeah, I love, it's my favorite part of the year. let's go check the boil. From here it looks pretty good, but I'm going to give that hop spider another little swirl. That smells really good. Yeah, I think there's nothing that smells better than, wort. My wife hates it, but I love it. I do the same. I use a homemade cooling coil. Yep. But the Miami tap water, I can't get colder than 87. At that point, I transfer to the keg and wait for it to drop. Yeah. We could probably get it a little colder or cooler here in Pennsylvania. But after 5 hours, you're kind of beat. You just kind of want to finish after a brew day. Because what I think about is, okay, I've been brewing for 5 hours. I just want to get it cleaned, and I just want to go relax and have a beer. Unless people are over and you've had a few more beers than you were anticipating. But that's, if you're thinking about getting some sort of like fermentation chamber, the glycol system does it just as well. It's another thing that just makes brew days easier. And it is over the top for a lot of beginners. And that's one thing on my channel I'm trying to go back to. It's like I came into the YouTube space of like, I've got this Herms brewery, I've got this glycol system, and all this shiny stuff. I'm trying to dial back the conversation into like, yeah, it's a nice to have, but you don't need it, but it just makes it a little bit easier. I'm going to continue trying to have that approach to 2026. Thinking about if I were to upgrade from whatever kettle or system you have brewing, the fermentation chamber is probably, in my opinion, the next thing I would have upgraded to. If I were to look back and go, John, make sure you do this in your next thing in your homebrewing, because one, I think I paid $150 new for that freezer. I think they're a little bit more now, but you can get them on sale. And the Inkbird is $30, and that completely transforms brewing, because you can just dial in your temperatures so much easier than trying to find a cool place in your basement, or or doing what I'm doing, is just making your day easier by saying, okay, well, I'm done brewing. I'll pitch my yeast when the temperature's ready and I can walk away. And then through the fermentation process, what that allows you to do is kind of set it and forget it. It's like, hey, for 2 weeks, I want it set at this temperature. Or I want to do, if you're new, like another thing is a diacetyl rest. It's something that a lot of new homebrewers don't even think about, but it cleans up your beer and just makes that beer so much better. That type of equipment helps you do that. But it takes time. I'm sure you guys, from what I'm reading, are seasoned brewers. So I'm trying not to hit viewers over the head with that stuff, but more of, hey, this is going to, when you're ready, this is the type of thing you can add to your brewery. Okay, we're at 25 minutes. In about 10 minutes, I'll add the Wharflock tablet. And things are going super smooth. I'm excited to take a gravity reading. I typically take a gravity reading when I'm done with the boil. You can take gravity readings throughout the boil and use calculations to figure out kind of where you're at. I just boil it, check my gravity readings. On a rare occasion, I will throw in some dried malt extract if I am way off. But typically if I'm off, it's kind of, hey, I'm off. I'm going to record it. And if I ever brew this beer again, I'm just going to take a note of where I'm at with whatever grain bill I used in the process. But I take it when it's done boiling. I usually let it cool off for about 5 or 10 minutes. And I'll take my final gravity. Currently I have 7 cubic inch chest freezers, can fit 2 corny. Yeah, I think maybe I had the 7 cubic for my Keyser, and I think the one I just showed you was the 5, because I can only fit one in that one. When I sized out that freezer for my brewery, I wanted it kind of like the size of the fermenter, because I wanted the cooling coils inside to be close to the fermenter. I wanted the heating blankets not to have to overheat. So I wanted the size of that just to be the size of a 5, maybe a 10-gallon type of bucket fermenter. And the reason I got 2 is, one, I have a system that can do 10-gallon batches. I wanted to be able to at least temperature control 10 gallons of beer. But what I typically do is I have a different beer in each one. I typically don't have more than 5 gallons going at a time. All right, cool. I'm just about to crack open this Imperial Stout. And if I didn't make any sense before, after this 9% beer, I definitely won't make any sense. Because I've already had a couple of the dark lagers. All right, let's go check this out again. It's looking good. That is such a good rolling boil. And going back to my conversation with 120 volts, you can do it. And I think one of you guys mentioned you brew on 120 volts. It's just so much better, and you're getting so much more conversion, or whatever the boiling does to the water. I guess the one thing I would think about is the boil off rate. I think this, in terms of a boil off rate, what the 240 volt version does is you're able to, for example, get to your target volume not quicker, more efficiently. So there's all sorts of calculations where you can calculate what your boil off rate is, and the 240 volt, I know I boil off so much more in an hour. Well, it ties into, well, how long has your hops been in the boil? So if you boil off, for my instance, an ounce and 1.25 ounces of Hallertau Mittelfrohe, I know that's only going to be boiling for an hour, so that bittering calculation is for an hour. So if you use a 120 volt, it might take you a little more than an hour, and that's a typical scenario for my friend who brews on 120 volt. He for the couple times he brewed with me, he's like, I didn't boil off my my gallon an hour. I have to boil for a little while longer to achieve my original gravity. And what I mean by that is your original gravity is based off of how much sugar to water volume. You can probably get around with this with how you put together the recipe and how you determine how long things are in the boil. But that's one huge advantage of getting a good rolling boil, is being able to calculate a solid boil off rate, and you can calculate how long the hops have been in the boil. That's the 1,000-foot view. That's I think the biggest advantage of having 240 volts control a 5-gallon boil. All right, guys, I am going for a Moonlit. It is an imperial stout, 9.1%, and let's see. This is a New Trail beer. I don't know if you guys have ever tried New Trail, but their brewery's not far from where I live. Maybe it's a couple hours, but they're based out of Williamsport. And I've had a few of their hazy IPAs, and I've been really impressed with New Trail. They've been around a while, but I think their quality and the beer they're putting out recently has been pretty good. But let's try this guy. That looks awesome. Look at the logo shot. Oh, yeah. So I am known for not being able to pour beer. I pour beer. I'm not a great beer pourer. My friends will attest to that. I'm just not patient. It's good. I mean, you can definitely get a little of the alcohol coming through, and I'm not a big stout drinker. I'm more of a seasonal stout drinker. But this is really good. I can tell it's got a lot of alcohol in it. So it's not as smooth as I was just drinking a Treehouse stout the other day, and they're known for, they can sneak up on you because you can't really taste the alcohol. This one you can kind of taste a little bit of the alcohol. I don't know enough about imperial stouts to really be a taste tester. It's very good. Mm. 15 minutes. The last addition, besides the yeast, for this Munich Helles. So I'm going to throw in one of these Warflock tablets. I will be right back. All right, we still have a healthy count in this live stream. Bear with me for a minute. I'm going to run around the side of my house. Really, the garden hose is ready to go, but I'm going to hook up the cooling coil to, no, not the cooling coil. I'm going to hook up the water to the cooling coil and get that ready to start knocking down this wort to pitching temperature. So yeah, I'm going to go do that right now. I'll be right back. That is my one gripe about this all-in-one system. Those vinyl hoses that come with, that attach to the cooling coil and, direct water into the cooling coil and direct it out, they're total crap. I'm putting a note here. Those have to be replaced in 2026. That's the one thing I don't like about this system. Maybe get some nice, vinyl tubing that doesn't crimp and crack. But we'll be fine for today. We're good to go. Little time check here. I have 11 minutes before I start to cold crash it and just bring the temperature down in the wort. And if you're new to brewing, this is an important process. And there's been debate whether this is really needed, if you can stick this to your wort to the side until it cools down. But the real benefit to bring your temperatures down quickly is, it drops all the particles down in the kettle before you transfer it into your fermenter. So I think that's the biggest benefit I see. I mean, you can get into, some people talk about how you eliminate infections. I don't really see that. I guess I can see if you leave your wort out over an extended period of time, it increases the chances of an infection in your wort. The general idea is you just want to cool down your wort as fast as possible to, decrease the chances of infection, and really just to drop all those things in the beer. Like if I direct pitch the hops in this system, I have what's called a whirlpool, which I don't use a hop spider or hop bags. I just directly pitch the hops in the kettle. And when I cool down the kettle and I force a whirlpool in action, imagine when you force the wort to whirlpool in a direction, everything collects in the center of the kettle. And that's how you can get away with not having a hop spider or hop bags. And all that stuff in the middle does not transfer into your fermenter. But for this guy, I actually do have a whirlpool arm attachment, but I don't use it to collect the hops in a cone in the center of the kettle. What I use the whirlpool arm for is to circulate the wort around the cooling coils. That's how I use it, and that cools down the wort quicker. Speaking of that, I want to make sure I circulate the wort that's been sitting in my pump lines for the past hour. Haven't really thought of a better way to do this other than maybe emptying the lines at some point, but I completely forgot to do that today. What I'm going to do now is just start to recirculate the wort that's been sitting in my pump lines the past hour. Yeah, thinking back, I probably, in my process, I should empty those lines as soon as I'm done with the mash, because the wort that's been in those lines has not been boiled over the past hour. It has been now. I think I'm at a point now where I'm okay, but I'm circulating boiling water through a pump, which I'm not sure can handle the boiling water, but I think I'll be fine for this brew day. And I'll just roll with it for now. Yeah, the drought line, I can't remember, your Herm system is a 10 or 20 capacity. My Herm system is you can do a 10, but you are pushing the limits. What I typically do is I scale down to a 9-gallon batch. What I have here is a 15-gallon boil kettle, a 15-gallon mash tun, and a 10-gallon hot liquor tank. Depending on the batch size and what I'm brewing, I would have to watch the boil kettle like a hawk, depending on how much I had for my initial start, my initial wort volume at the start. I think I like to do, the 9 gallons just more comfortable. It gives me another gallon of headspace to work with during the boil, and it's worked out great. And when I brew in that system, I typically split the batch. I'll have a buddy over and we'll brew 9 gallons, and he'll take half and I'll take half. And that's how I typically use that system. If I were to do it over again, the only thing I probably would change, thinking off the top of my head, is I would do the same 15-gallon hot liquor tank. Sometimes I am maxed out at 10 gallons with doing my sparge. In this system, I do a sparge. What we're doing today is a no sparge boiling. I always sparge with this guy, and it's typically a batch sparge. But I'm usually at the limits of the hot liquor tank. I mean, not at the max limits, but it would be more comfortable if I had a 15-gallon hot liquor tank. I wouldn't go to a 20. I just don't brew enough beer. Believe it or not, 20-gallon kettles are huge. I mean, these are a good size to give you to imagine, picking this up full of grain or scooping grain out of it. 15 gallons, in my opinion, is a big kettle. I wouldn't go to 20. And that's just my personal preference. It all depends on how much beer you want to brew. But I would stick to, if I were to do it again, I would stick to 15-gallon kettles and scale my the volume of beer I want to brew accordingly. Yeah, I was thinking about this. I probably wouldn't go to, I think a 5-gallon system on a Herm system is complete overkill. I think you could do it, but that's why I have this system. This system does the 5-gallon fantastic. It's easy. So I have this system for my easy brew days. This system, it's challenging. When I think of the Herm system, it's like, oh, these are how the big breweries figure out how to brew beer. You can create consistent beer. The process is very similar. You can brew more beer. But if you're going to spend a lot of money on a Herm system, I would go, in my opinion, I would go a little bit bigger. I wouldn't limit myself to a 5-gallon batch of beer. And that's just thinking off the top of my head. There's nothing wrong with that, but I guess what I'm thinking is the cost factor of going from a 5-gallon to a 10-gallon is minimal, because you're going to buy basically 3 kettles, 2 heating elements, these control panels, whatever control panels you go with are going to cost about the same. And you don't want to be in the scenario where, I wanted to brew more beer. And that's another benefit to these 15-gallon kettles. I can brew a 5-gallon batch with these. The heating elements, if you think about how you're brewing, you need a certain amount of space above the heating elements so you don't run into any problems with, the heating elements contacting air. The 15-gallon kettles are great because I can do a 5-gallon batch if I really wanted to. A 20-gallon batch, you might run into problems with how the heating elements are placed. Just something to think about. Okay, 2 minutes. We're getting close. 2 minutes, and we're done with the boil. And I've got my cooling coil hooked up. Yeah, so I'll have this wrapped up Probably in 20 minutes. Yeah, I'll walk you through cooling it down, and I'll put the fermenter in the fermentation chamber, and then we'll wrap it up. I know my wife is waiting on me for dinner, so I better wrap up soon. But please, guys, hang out. If you're on the line, I'll walk you through that whole process of getting that wort down to temperature. And you know what? I'll bring the camera over and show you how I set up this Inkbird temperature controller. Yeah, I get a lot of questions around the temperature controller. It's so easy. It really is. It's a plug and play device. And, once you use it once or twice, you're like, oh, I get it now. This is why you want to do it. And this is how easy it is. All right, let me think through this here. Maybe I should check the volume here. So we have a minute left. What I'll show you now is I have what's called a whirlpool arm. I will replace that little hook on the side of that foundry. I'm going to attach a whirlpool arm, which I'm going to pump wort through that tube back into that whirlpool arm, and it's going to make a swirling motion around the cooling coil. So I'll get that ready. I'm just about done with the boil, and we'll get this wort almost knocked down to pitching temperatures. All right, quickly. So this is what it's called a whirlpool arm. It hangs over the side of that kettle, go this way. And the pump will pump the wort through this. And at the bottom of the kettle, it'll start to create a whirlpooling action. And you'll see how it works around the cooling coil. So I'm going to hook this up right now. Clean bucket for this. What I'm doing now is just getting all of the wort out of this hop spider as much as I can. Okay, that should be good. And first I'll just dipped it in sanitizer solution real quick. And just replace this hook. Instead of the hook, It's already pumping wort through it. And now the only thing that's left, so this cooling coil has been sitting in, I should have put this in the boil while it was boiling, but I'm pretty sure this was clean. It's been sitting in the sanitation solution. We're good to go. And it's kind of hot right now. Okay, we're at 212 degrees. I'm going to go turn on the water so water starts to go through this cooling coil. And I'll be right back. All right, it's 5:15. Should take about 15 minutes. So what I did, this way. All right, that guy right there, that whirlpool arm, is pumping the wort into the kettle and is swirling it around. I think it's clockwise. And then that cooling coil, I have cold water. And it's really cold. Pennsylvania, I wouldn't be surprised if this is cooled down pretty quickly. I'll pull the camera out a little bit so you can see the temperature. Canada Brewery, nice to follow you on the live Brewday. The time is 11:15. Norway, well, thank you for sticking with me today. Thanks for all the chats and just being active in the chat. I really appreciate it, and you following along for almost the whole Brewday. And you got it right. So cheers. Merry Christmas. All right. So yeah, here we go. So that now is being pumped with cold water, and I don't know if you can see that. No, I can't see it in the screen. You see that now? So it's at 156 degrees. So we went from 212 to 156 degrees in like a minute. That's great. Yeah, this is going to be awesome. So I found that when I'm cooling my wort down, it does have a big drop off really quick, but to get from like 100 to 70, that takes a lot of time. So we'll spend about 10 minutes here, and then I'll transfer it over to my fermenter. Yeah, it did drop pretty fast. Yeah, I'm at 145 degrees. And that thing right there, that whirlpool arm, that's forcing that cold water around and around and around that cooling coil. So that was one of those investments where it was definitely worthwhile to me. Yeah, the one thing I have to worry about, see those vinyl tubes? They leak, and it might be cracked, but I have to be super careful not to have that drip into the wort. So I am going to go check that. Maybe tighten that up a little bit. Okay, I think we're good. So I've got that going. Yeah, I think we're good. Just all that's left is really to transfer it and do a little cleanup. But if you guys stick around, again, I'll walk you through how I set up my fermentation chamber. And then we'll wrap up. Yeah. Yeah, this was a really easy brew day. The first couple live brew days, you talk a lot, and I missed things in the past, but I feel like, other than, I guess we did have the sparge. When I lifted the basket out, I did not increase the temperature of the sparge. Well, I guess we can call it the sparge water, but I had to redo that. I remember to put the Warflock tablet in. That's about it. This is a super successful brew day. Let's see where we're at. Can you guys take a guess of where we're at? I don't know if you can see it on the screen. I can't see it. We're at 117 degrees. So we dropped 100 degrees in 4 minutes. Yes, sir. Sure. Get the usual stuff. I'm being summoned for dinner. So this will work out really good. So yeah, 100 degrees over 4 minutes. That's like what? 25 degrees a minute? That's crazy. Let's see where it's at now. Yeah. We're at 112 degrees still, so it's probably kind of start hitting a wall, and we'll need that extra little push of the fermentation chamber. Trust me, I've never seen this before. It must be because it's 30 degrees outside. Let's check it again. Yeah, 108. Crazy. I might get to pitching temperatures. You might see me pitch my yeast starter if I get down to, what do I have to get down to? It's not on my cheat sheet. I have to ferment at 52 degrees for 14 days. But then I'll do like a diacetyl rest, probably bring that up to like 60. But I don't have that plan in my quick notes. Yeah. No, I didn't add the yeast nutrient, but I think I'm fine because I added the yeast nutrient to the yeast starter, and the yeast starter looks awesome right now. I don't think I'll have any problems fermenting. But let me double check what I'm just checking to see what I need to pitch at. I don't have that written down. Let's see here. Beer recipes. And if you're curious of where I got this recipe, I use this guy all the time, the Beer Junkies. He's a professional brewer. I think he's based out of near the Washington, D.C. area. I've been using his recipes quite a bit. He hasn't posted in a while. Okay. Mash, boil. Okay, knock the wort down to your heat exchanger so the pitching temperature is 48 degrees. Okay, that's cold. And then it free rise up to 52 and keep it there for a little over a week. Do a dacetyl rest for 5 days. Couple days. We'll see how that works out. So he held a diacetyl rest for 2 weeks, which I typically hold it for maybe 5 days max, depending on how I feel the fermentation is going on. So my plan, I have to get, based off of at least his recipe, and I'll follow, I loosely followed it, but my plan is I need to get this down to 48 degrees, pitch the yeast, let it free rise up to 52 degrees. So I need to get my fermentation chamber down to 42 degrees. Well, yes, it has to go 52 and then maintain that based off of the fermentation temperature. So, long story short, I'm thinking out loud there. If you're still hanging on with me, I am going to transfer this in about very soon into my fermenter. I will take the fermenter over to the fermentation chamber. If you were around, I gave you a little high level view of my fermentation chamber. I'll set that up. I will turn on the Inkbird and dial it into 48 degrees. I don't think I'll be at 48 degrees, so you're not going to see me pitch my yeast, but I will show you how I set up the fermenter to get to pitching my yeast, and then we'll wrap it up. Oh, updating the firmware of MS Teams rooms. Oh, nice. I'm very familiar with MS Teams rooms. Years ago, I led a project modernizing our. Well, it was a bigger push at the enterprise level, but I worked in a specific area to make sure Office 365 was implemented, which was kind of a cool project. But MS Teams, yeah, that's very familiar with MS Teams rooms, so you're doing good work. Okay, let me check the temperatures. All right, we are at 90 degrees in 10 minutes. That's pretty good. I'm going to let it go for 5 more minutes. Wherever it's at in 5 minutes, hopefully it's around 80 to 85 degrees. We'll get this over to the fermentation chamber. Okay. Let's try a different template for this layout. Let's try this one. This one will work good here, but let's try to get a little picture-in-a-picture action going. Yeah, that works pretty good. We'll shrink it down a little bit. And it's dark. That always reminds me how long brew days are. You know, you start at like a noon time and you're wrapping up when it's dark outside. All right, where are we at? Okay, we're still at 90 degrees. I'm beginning to think this is probably where it's going to take more time to knock it down longer. So I would love to get it to 85 because I've done calculations in the past where I can probably do 4 degrees an hour in the chamber. So let me do some quick math here. If I need to get down to 48 degrees and it's 90, it might take 5 or 6 hours to do. And maybe my math's off. It's just kind of rough estimates. So I will have to put an alarm clock on for probably, what time is it? Midnight to come down and pitch the yeast, or maybe just pitch the yeast tomorrow morning. That might be the plan. Yeah, we're still at 90. I am going to make the call 90 degrees. I mean, I could probably knock it down to 70 degrees, but I may have to sit here for another 15 minutes. So I'm going to make the call. We'll transfer to the fermenter at 90. We'll set the fermenter up and go from there. All right. If you can hear me, I'll share my thoughts as I'm doing this. That's just full of sanitation water. Just getting this set up. What I like to do is just double check all my fittings before I dump the fermenter in there to make sure I'm good to go. These fermenters have a pickup valve, and I like to have the pickup valve kind of pointed at a 90-degree angle when the valve is pointed that way. So I know the direction. So what I do is I just turn the pump off, turn the valve off, and then I just come over here. Now, I kind of aerate at the same time. Aerating is just introducing oxygen, which helps the yeast. But this is how I transfer the wort into the kettle. Make sure that the valve is off, all the fittings look great, and yeah, we're good to go. Why isn't there any beer? What I'm doing is I'm forcing it to make bubbles. I'm not trying to go in there smooth. I am making sure I introduce oxygen into the wort. After this, you don't want any oxygen in the wort. After you're done fermenting, it's typically not something you want to do, but this will promote a healthy fermentation. I could have checked the volume to see where we're at before I started doing this to make sure I boiled off, the right amount of wort, because I wanted to be around 5 gallons to make sure my original gravity was in check. But it is what it is right now. I did not do that. So we got down to about 88 degrees. I can work with 88 degrees. And that's that. A little bit more. That's good. Whoa. You old man grunt. All right, bear with me for a second. I'll set the camera up over here and I'll show you how I set up the fermentation chamber to get it down to 48 degrees. Yeah, same here. I have to get better. It's like one of those things where mentally I'm thinking, all right, I'm done. I'll get the final gravity, but you really, to get that gravity, you really need to boil off to exactly what, that volume you're shooting for, because that will throw your gravity off. But I feel good. This is good. Just taking a quick look at it, it looks like I was right around 6 gallons. Maybe, it's not 6, 5. I was slightly over, so I think I'm good to go. So I am going to move my camera over here, so give me a minute while I get this set up. Maybe a little higher. Not bad though. Oh, that'll work. Oh, that's a disaster. Game plan for 2026, clean up my garage. Okay, what we've got here is I've got my fermenter full. I will turn the mic a little bit this way. I'll walk you through it as I'm doing it, but setting up the Inkberg, well, first putting the fermenter in the chamber, putting in the temperature sensor, calculated Inkberg to set to be 48 degrees. That's pretty cold, but we'll let it rise a little as the fermentation starts, and then we'll let it go. So let's go do this. Okay, I know you can't see this, but I have a little ledge in my fermentation chamber. I built this so the fermenter can sit on that ledge. I thought it would just be an easier way to keep these fermenters in the fermentation chamber, and it's worked out pretty well. So I'm just going to take this, stick it in here, and on the top of my fermenter, that little cork, that rubber cork that goes in the top, there is a temperature probe that goes down in the fermenter. And I stick this temperature probe all the way down that insert. I know there's a technical term for that, I just can't think of it right now. And eventually I'll do a better job of getting the wire into the fermenter. But what I do is I just stick it on the side of the fermenter, and then I just place this in the fermenter. On my glycol system, I tape it to the side, but in the fermentation chamber, I just kind of place that, it's a heating blanket, and it brings up the temperature roughly 20 degrees. So it should work out fine out here, but what that does, it just sits around the fermenter and heats up the fermenter if it needs to be heated up. So that's it. I do want to put a little sanitation solution in here. Okay, I've got a little sanitizer, water mixture, and that's another reason why I built these collars, is so this can close with an airlock on it. And what an airlock does, if you're new to brewing, it releases all the gases from fermentation, but doesn't allow any air back inside. All right, so I've got this guy here, it's all set. So it's all ready to pitch the yeast except for the temperature. And that's where this controller comes into play. So what I'm gonna do, that temperature sensor right now says interesting, it says it's 70 degrees. If that's the case, I have a problem with my my anvil system, because the anvil said it was 85 degrees. Maybe it just needs to settle in. Anywho, I'll worry about that later, because if that temperature sensor is off that much, I'll have problems. Okay, so on this sensor, there's a temperature of the probe, which says 70.9 right now. And below that is your target temperature. It's set to 39 degrees. What I want to do is change this to 48 degrees. So I'll just hit the set button and move it to 48 and then hold set. Now it says 48 degrees, and what it's going to do is it's going to turn on the freezer. So the freezer will turn on. So when it takes temperature readings, whatever temperature reading here is going to take down to 48 degrees. Once it achieves 48 degrees, it turns the freezer off. And if it needs to be warmed up, it'll turn on that heating blanket to heat the fermentation chamber. That's about it. So I have a little while to go. And it still says 71 degrees. All right, well, I'll have to look into that. That's if the temperature sensor in that anvil is off by 15 degrees, that's crazy. I think it just has to come up the temperature. But anyways, that's it for this. All right. So I'm just wrapping up here. If you guys have any questions or comments, I can answer them now for you. A thermo well, thank you. I tell you what, maybe it's just me, but you start talking and you get in front of a camera, I just forget everything. It's like, oh yeah, that thing. But anyway, I think that kind of wraps up this brew day. All that I have left is to clean my equipment. For me, I'm just going to put it aside and deal with it tomorrow. But hopefully you guys had somewhat, you learned something, or you're entertained. It's a little chilly now where I live, but thank you so much for hanging on. I know that we still have a handful of people in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. Hopefully you guys check out the videos in 2026. I plan on putting out. Probably won't. I'm hoping to start putting them out in mid-January, but I'm hoping to really do more live brew days like this. And it's been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys today. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks, the drought line, and hopefully you're not at work much longer. Yeah, and feel free to check out the videos. Some of them are really old, but hopefully you can get some value out of them. And you have a Merry Christmas as well. All right, well, if you guys are still online, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Cheers, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's. Figure out how to do this.